Hello. Excuse me. Okay, now to send the link to a few people just in case. What is the room I'm looking for? This is not the room you're looking for. The flip is it? Oh, there it is. What's up, everyone? What's up? What's up? What's up? Brad Federic, where is everyone? I don't know. I sent the link out at a few places. What's up, Crystal? I'll send you a link as well, just in case you want to pop in. Hojo, what's up, man? Go Jets. Nice. I think it says 5 people watching. I don't think anyone is a bot. I think you're all real. Hojo, Sark, Praetor, Frederick, Crystal McGee, and Sark and Praetor. Yeah. So 5. The rare time when all 5 people watching commented. We got no lurkers, no bots. Knock on wood. So I'm coloring these. It's kind of like a big group scene for Hotel Story. And the scene is I guess I don't think this is particularly spoilery, so it's no big deal. But Gary, who's one of my favorite characters, he's just a total sad sack piece of shit. Just a total, he's a drunk. But he really needs to talk to Mallory. Mallory is like the motivational speaker who's running the convention, kind of. And so he's like, he sees, it's the wine and dine section after the speech, and he goes, huh? She's alone. He's like, now's my chance. Huff, 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 huff. Oh! She gets interrupted, talks to this guy, and he goes, no. He's like the worst sad sack. And she's talking, and he's just chugging. We'll have some sound effects. Glug, glug, glug. She's like laughing, talking. He's behind the chairs, drinking a beer now. And this is art by Jared, which is amazing. Like, I love this art. I actually love the design of the characters in the background too. And then I have to color this, but then she's still talking. He's hiding behind this girl's butt. Plonk. He's like about to try and talk to her. He's just kind of stalking her. These are 3 other main characters. So I got this palette going on. It's like kind of pastel-y, kind of flat. Sark says, what is this book? Hey, 14 people watching. Thanks for being here. If you're watching and you haven't signed up for the mailing list for this book, do it, because you get a free mini comic. And it's funny, the mini comic, we're not going to assemble it for you. It's just an 8-pager, so you got to make 2 incisions, and you got to make 2 snips, and then 2 or 3 folds, and that's it. No staples necessary. but you're going to be the one to make it, and you're going to cherish it forever because of the extra investment. Okay. I'm just going to be working here for a second. See if I can get... We're doing a thing where it's pretty desaturated and dim where there is no shadow. So what color should her dress be? Her shoes. That's too bright, so I can just darken it. But Clip Studio darkens and keeps the like contrast high. So you got to darken it, then desaturate it, and that like lightens it kind of. Then you darken it again, and you can kind of get it to where you want it, like that maybe. This guy's got white hair, I think. Maybe dark brown. I'll use some of these previous super desaturated background. In the very background, I just they kind of sink into the background. So I take a color from the actual background, kind of brighten it just a little bit. And on this, the background got moved over just slightly. So I'm going to have to delete these later, which there's a fast way to do that, which I'm going to do it at the end. In the very background, I can just leave flats. Gary probably should be lit. So we've been using the pen tool. Gives the super sharp cut, like so. And I thought about making his nose more red because he's an alcoholic, but we kind of haven't been doing that. And it almost looks too clowny if we do that. But yeah, he's kind of small on the page there. I hope people do recognize that it's him. I might make his... and just a little bit higher contrast. Pop out. Yeah. My freaking pen is randomly selecting. I think that's how it moved the shit without knowing it. That's what happened to Jared too. Okay, so 4 more panels. It's funny, it can go really fast if I'm focused, but it goes slow if I get distracted. So if I do it first thing in the morning, I can bust through 2 pages pretty fast, and then it takes me like all day to do one more page. Arthur Brown, the Uncanny Kodiak. What's up, Ming? How's it going? Paulus Arts. What's up, Ming? Paulus, do you want to stream Wednesday at 5 p.m. Pacific for the Lonesome Dove stream? I don't know if you've seen it, but that could be a good one to have you on it if you feel like it. It's just kind of that one's pretty random. It's you, me, Don Draws on Twitter, and one other nice gentleman who I just met who likes Lonesome Dove a lot, and I forget his handle even right now. But all right, I gotta get. So this sort of has their color scheme. So here's a little trick for you. Do I have the? Move this. You go merge visible to new layer, Control C, Control V, go to the very top, and then I can use this for my coloring. This should go relatively fast. I gotta make sure I'm on the right layer. And we might have adjusted this. We have like a lot of early versions of the coloring and then later versions, and even some of the character designs got redrawn. We're gonna do a pretty big making of book for this book because there's a lot of content, and it could be kind of a fun product to sell. There's someone laughing through my open window. Matt Costin, looking good, man. Clip Studio. Yeah, Clip Studio. Is that what you use, Matt? It's grown on me a lot. I think this will be great. I don't know. I don't know what that little section is. I think it's supposed to be your shirt. It's like maybe I should just mess with the line art just to get that. No. I mean, I actually like the shape, but then she doesn't have a turtleneck in any other. Maybe like that. Then I think that's good. Could be for... Can I finish this page? See, it selected the part of his shirt I don't want, so I'll just scoop that out. I got his base. We do, me and Jared, for the most part, we do like stylized shading, kind of like, like how Batman but it's like, yeah, maybe there's top light, sure, but it's more like, the top of his forehead's a plane, his nose is a plane. If you hit both those, it always looks pretty good. So we just do that. Oh, fuck. Undo. See, it's weird. It picks up, like it's been touched when it hasn't. It's a funny sentence. But accurate. I think I might need to adjust her. I think her hair may not. Her hair is supposed to be very bright red. But we want to have redhead representation. Because redhead genocide is a real thing. But it's funny, you can't be too much. Maybe like that. That's pretty stark between the shadow and the light, but okay. Yeah. She's got green eyes. They both have, her and Connie have green eyes. I think her shirt's white. And her coat. I made it red up there. That's the light. Yeah. Once I get in the tones, I can change it quickly later if I have to. Then I gotta get these background people. I'll save. Ugh. Jeez. I don't know what's up with the tablet dragging shit around. I can always just undo it. But we still have this little problem with the frickin'. That is annoying. I'll fix that in a second. This guy looks like he wears. This guy looks like Michael Caine. See, what's up with that? See, all that did was drag the view. It didn't even like drag anything. Or it dragged the contrast all the way. She's a little too gray, maybe. Sky. Actually, that color scheme looks kind of cool. I stumbled on that when I was drawing Earthbound. I had to draw the dance scene for Earthbound 2 and like accidentally drew a few outfits where I'm like, oh, they're just background characters, but I'm like, that one could be a leading character. That was like a good design. The one I remember from Earthbound, it was turtleneck plus ponytail for a girl, like turtleneck, like it does, even like turtleneck not sweater, like turtleneck dress plus ponytail with like sleeveless or something like that. Like it looked cool. But that outfit's kind of cool too, like a dark yellow undershirt with a black overcoat and blonde hair, maybe blonde hair. So I think I won't light the people in the back. I will just only a few colors. Might mess with her this eye just a little bit. A little bigger. I think that's ever so slight improvement. Now maybe about fixing some of this BS here. How we do that is sometimes you can, if we just move the whole thing over, but I don't think that's going to work because it somehow got messed up at some point, like halfway through coloring. So if I move it over, yeah, it's like, yeah, we can get rid of that line, but then it goes that line. That actually looks like a style thing, sort of. That looks way closer, but then it's just off on the edge there. So then there is something we can do though, where we go like this. Sure, we're not accidentally selecting things that. So now it's selecting that outside just a little bit, and then if we just delete it, no, shit. We gotta, crap. We gotta select inverse. We just have to make sure we're not selecting that. I think that's gonna work. Then we gotta make sure we're not doing that. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh yeah. It did work, but it just didn't work where that's overlapping with the characters. But all the edges where it was overlapping got deleted. And so that was the one spot it stuff. So I can just redo that. Have to, no big deal. Yeah, so we'll just. For some reason that whole section got weird, but that fixed it. So, see what the dialogue. Oh, they're talking about Gary. Nice. Yeah, we were gonna add maybe some more dialogue. I'm not sure. And I was gonna give the SFX of glug glug. Is that? Do I even have? There might not be an SFX layer yet. Boing. SFX. See, she should be maybe saying something there. I have her mouth open, or Jared does. We do. So this is kind of a thing with the dialogue where it does get rewritten sometimes all the way up until print, because it can be anything that she's saying here. It's just to kind of, you can make it funny, but sometimes you don't want to make it too funny because that ruins it almost, or if you're trying too hard, But we got the story is that Gary is getting wasted to pump himself up to try and talk to her, and he's just like staring at her. And she's just like, he's eavesdropping. She's just talking about business with people. What's that old saying? Beer before whiskey's very risky, ha ha ha, or something like that. So then about this after party I've heard about. Hush, don't say the quiet part out loud. Talk to my agent. He doesn't know when to quit, huh? What's he got to talk to her about? I'll change that. What's he got to talk to her about? What's he got to talk to? I might rewrite that even a little bit right now. What's he even trying to, what's his why such intensity in his goal? No. What's he trying to get an audience with her for anyway? What's he want to say anyway? Why is he so set on? Why is he? I don't know. What's his problem? I mean, maybe. JD Kirby, you cyberbully streaming over Malin? Wow. JD, you're the one who came here. You probably got both windows open or something. How dare you? Close the Malin window right now. Give me your full attention. Just kidding. Yeah, what's he got to talk to her about? See, that's just a little weird if you say it out loud. He doesn't know when to quit, huh? What's his problem? That is funny. I'm going to write it just for now. What's his problem? Sometimes the real simple stuff is like the funniest. He wants an invite to the after party. And then I don't know, because a lot of this is like a little bit off script because we get into these moments. There's a ton of everything's written for the script, and it functions just as a movie screenplay. But then when we turn it into a comic, the moments do get to zoom in even more, just in some parts. Maybe just even like in 5 parts for the whole story. But this is one of them where we're like, shit, we didn't really write much dialogue for this part. So we're like, well, what should it be? She would be talking blah, blah, blah. And it's sometimes you want it to be generic, because if it's not generic enough, then the audience will kind of like zone in on it as it feels like important info or something. And then if you don't pay it off later, then they feel like that feels weird. But if it's generic, which that goes back to even whatever page I was showing here. So about that collaboration between Let's Talk. We might even adjust that. And the only thing with this too is I kind of want, I can mess with this a little bit. Is this object? Okay. I think that might have been what messed it up earlier. See, then it's a little bit, this is sort of covering the art. That was the problem. But I really like it to go from left to right. You know what I mean? Let's talk. I can even see her saying like, "Talk to me," because she's like, I forget the name of the guy, but she's like the female version of the one motivational speaker guy who's like very famous. And I need to ask Jared because I don't actually know what she's holding there. I think she might be holding like a carrot, so I might change it. But I could just cover it. But no matter where it goes, it's like. I'm going to try this. Oh. Dag nabbit. Oh my goodness. Okay. These tools are useful. I don't usually do it this way. Oh my God. I just want to move it. You have to like, oh God. There we go. So about that collaboration between, let's talk. No, damn it. Gary is the greatest. You got to see it to believe it. When I tell you all the, he's like this because this is like a horror story where you got your characters. If there's like 8 of them or something, maybe 10 or whatever, and you know, like by the end, not all of them are going to be alive. And there's some that you kind of hate, and you're rooting for them to die, and then some you just don't know. Like Gary's so pathetic, you just don't know whether or not to, you kind of end up rooting for him because he's just so pathetic, and he like makes it pretty far. You're like, yeah, you've made it this far, you pathetic piece of shit. I think you're growing on me a little bit. There's no tails on these two, but see, I can add them just by drawing them. I don't know how to do it with the vector thing that Jared was doing. Or something like that. I think she doesn't need it doesn't need talk to my agent. That's the only thing. So simple enough. I just gotta find it. I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. I think I'll just delete it. And maybe, so this is funny. Things are coming up like, do I be like, oh, I was thinking like, this is so stupid. Blink, blink. It's staying in for now. We might cut that before going to print, but that makes me chuckle, I tell you what. I wonder if he needs a. Oh, he's got some of those gray lines. Let me just clean those up right now, manually. Even though I hate doing shit manually. Oh. Gary. Who's a fan of Gary? The most pathetic piece of shit. Dude, so he's not even like a lovable piece of shit. He's like the ultimate loser, and it's so awesome. Save. I'm saving more than I need to. Blink, blink. He doesn't know when to quit, huh? What's his problem? He wants an invite to the after party. Let me test if I give his teeth a little shine. Ding! That's a little bit much. I'll just make him a little brighter. It's fine. Save. Plunk. I forgot that. So he does just approach her. He does make the approach. And he goes, "Excuse me, my name is..." It's funny that he just tried, like, I don't know if that's what I would say if I was in that position. Like, the first thing I would say, I wouldn't say my name right away. That's what you say if it's an email. So it's like if he's like reading an email because he's reverted. He's so scared and drunk to talk to her that he's reverted to email speak. Because I don't know, it's so weird to just to say, "Excuse me, my name is..." What's the next page? Maybe we can just look at it. Clip. Hotel const 41. And this is only his... Wow, you really took a liking to the bar. I've gotta... I'm full up now, not interested. No, that's not... I have a marketing strategy for your company. Well, let's hear it. No, I'm serious. See, I have a big email list from a previous business. We gotta partner up. I've been watching and studying you. I mean, not like that. I mean, ow, my head. Get this bum out of my sight. With this one, I noticed this 3/4 of her reversed. I can fix this real fast. I'll just a quick adjustment there. Let me see what it's all about. Appeal, so it's like it's more about her being still kind of hot within the style that we're going for. Like her actual pose and head tilt is kind of funny. So let me see if I can... Oops, whoops-a-daisy. Too big. So like if like that's like decent, whatever. Hairline lower, a little lower. Her ears can still be big. It's cool. It's funny, that didn't change much, but I think that'll make her a little more... I wonder where maybe that... And honestly, should maybe just reposition slightly for her spine. This is something you can do with digital that you can't do with... either like that or like that. Like that. That kind of looks okay. Then going to below. Jeez. Fixed up there. I might have him like burp, maybe. It might be too much. I've got a, I wonder if I make this. Gary is allowed to be like an overactor. Twitless. This makes me want to write a horror story where the scary parts are all sheer just social anxiety. That could be cool. That I can relate. I mean, a lot of people can relate, so that's always a good start. I can really relate to like stage fright. It's just so terrifying. And usually there's a reason. I don't know if this is true, but a lot of times people will have a reason why, like some embarrassing thing when they're a kid or whatever that ruins it. I've got a. I'm full up now. Not interested. No. That's not. I have a marketing strategy. I think I might hit marketing strategy. A I have a marketing strategy. Well, let's hear it. For this one, I'm like, sounds a little bit less drunk here, so I might try and keep him kind of drunk and stumbling. I'm just seeing if I don't know if I'm like undoing stuff that I can always just control C. I have a big email list. I have a big email list. What if he's like just like big email list from a previous business, from a I was thinking previous business is good. He could say friend because that's just kind of funny. I got a big email list from a friend. We got to partner up. I've been watching and studying you. I got a big Oh, this is funny. Nope. There we go. I got a big email list from a previous business. We could do the joke where he stutters and can't say the word and then says something different that means the same thing. But again, it's maybe too much writing because this is not exactly the focus of the scene. It's not like trying to like pacing wise, this is all just pretty a fast little beat that he tries to talk to her. It doesn't go well. I mean, not like that. I mean, ow, my head. Ugh, get this bum out of my sight. Oh, I wonder if he should say, oh. David L. Got the $68 tier for Grand Prix. Does that come with the previous 2 books? I'm pretty sure that does. Yeah, I think so, David L. Thanks for doing that. I can't wait for you to check out Earthbound. I think you'll like it. I hope. Geronimo. Just finished Cerberus, another great book. Thanks, Geronimo. Part 2 coming out next year. Wolfer. I boinked her. Not to gild the lily, but how much would you consider altering the lettering itself to reinforce the inebriated state? Like tilting the dialogue or having it vary in size? Yeah, good question. I would do it. It's just like a balance. Like, as long as you can still read it. But I don't know. Because even, it's funny. Like, the ... dots don't necessarily read as drunk. That reads as he's terrified, though. I might even draw some shiver lines coming off of him here. He's like sweating and shivering. I've got fever! And the only prescription is more cowbell. I've got a fever for you. I've got a fever. Richard Lucero, on average, how much time do you spend on each page? I bet it averages out to like 8 hours. This is me and Jared, mostly Jared. I'm helping with him with a batch coloring, but he's coloring a ton of them too, more than me. And he drew them. A few of them I did the layouts for. And part of what's interesting with the making of that we'll share is like Jared improved over the course of the book, and it started getting really like quality Cartoon Network style. Like a lot of this does, like, it gets even a little better later, but a lot of this is like really great drawing, But so we ended up redrawing 50 pages out of 120. But not all of it was redraws. Some of it was just the face getting a little more on model or whatever. And we're still tweaking as we go. We're just polishing it. So it's a lot of polishing. One of the things that is funny, it's like even for Grand Prix, the step where kind of like the lettering and it's your one chance to go off script and some like improv-ish kind of like energy if you want to try and change some new stuff, find some new fun stuff to go with. That ends up taking way longer than you would think. Like, I know you can letter a page in like 15 minutes per page if that's all you're doing, but then it ends up taking me like 2 hours a page or more just brainstorming what they could be saying or whatever. Like, I'm still wondering about this. I got a big email list from a previous business. We got to partner up. We got to partner up. We could just give him a different font that's like a drunk font. I don't know if that's too much or not. It's probably not too much. It's just if that's what we're going to do. Get this bulb out of my sight. Ooh. It does make me laugh if he says, oh, here. Ace. 6.2. For some reason, 6.2 is the size that we've been using. Ooh. See, I'm doing it just my way. When I don't know how to do it Jared's way, so it's okay though. Ooh. Edit. Outline. Boom. Ooh. I will drag this into dialogue. So we can still turn it off if we want. Wow, you really took a liking to the bar. Ooh. David L. Thanks. I've heard nothing but great things. I'm also backing Hotel Story. Thanks, man. Yeah, Hotel Story is fun. I wonder if I could. It was in one of the images I shared for promotion, but it's that there's the janitor because it's like this iconic hotel story. So you have the bellboy character, you have the front desk character, you have the manager, you have the janitor, and those aren't even main characters. And the story too, this actually isn't in any of the pitch materials, but and it's not spoilers, but the basic setup too, kind of for the situation, is the next day is a big that whole weekend is a big tennis tournament. So there's a lot of tennis athletes and like tennis fans and photographers, etc., staying in the hotel. So that's kind of part of the story. But yeah, what was I going to say? Something about oh, so the janitor. Jared made him talk like Yosemite Sam, kind of, and he's got a big mustache, and it's like super awesome. It just makes me laugh every time, and I'm wondering like if people, it kind of makes me laugh out loud, but I don't know if people would laugh out loud. But I don't think people would be like, "What? That's stupid. You just made him. You're just stealing Yosemite Sam." I think most people would be like, "Yes, a janitor who's basically Yosemite Sam is in this comic. I'm here for it." But like Yosemite Sam, like he gets in trouble later and he goes, "What in tarnation?" And then later on, he's like, "Varmint." I have a marketing strategy. Well, let's hear it. I got a big, big, big email list. I've been. He's like, I don't know. It's like almost like over explaining. There's a persuasion thing that, like, if you explain too much, you're actually like being less persuasive. So if he just says he has a big email list, I have a big email list. I've been watching and studying you. I know just what you need. No, I mean, I got a big, I've been watching. I mean, not like that. I mean, email list. I don't know if it's too confusing. Joseph, I think having a narrator voice before the story eliminates a lot of explaining by the character or characters. Yeah. I do that just a little bit in Earthbound Grand Prix. Berserk does that. I don't know, a lot of things. I've been reading Cerebus, not Cerberus, Cerebus by Dave Sim. Many people say it's the greatest ever, actually. They don't even say like it's one of the greatest ever. A lot of people say it's the greatest ever. So I was like, I gotta read this. And I haven't got to the part that everyone says is actually the really, really good stuff because it's super long, you know. But it is fun. It's a lot of fun. And one thing I noticed though is it's cool because it uses thought bubbles and narration kind of as much as it needs, as much as it wants, and it doesn't it doesn't make it feel at all, and it kind of makes it feel more novelistic. Doesn't make it feel like cheesy old comic or whatever. Like it's totally welcome, totally awesome, and it actually is kind of inspiring. It made me think like, shit, I want to start using thought bubbles and narration a little bit more, maybe on a future comic. Especially even thought bubbles. I was reading the novelization of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and Tarantino uses thought bubbles. He tells the character's thoughts in that novel, and it's funny because the movie does not do that, and so that's one of the things he added in the novel. And you might think like, oh, that's weird. Like, does it work when you just take a movie and add thoughts all of a sudden? And in that case, it really does work. It's really great. The thoughts are hilarious. That's part of it is like they're all, and the thing too that makes it kind of authentic is this is sort of what I've realized. And if I used it, I would just steal this idea straight up. But it's our thoughts are often the one place where we can be the most honest, and there is no filter. So the thought can be something like what would it be like? What's this frickin' retard talking about? Something like that would be like the thought, and that is like pretty funny. uh, I have a marketing strategy. Well, let's hear it. I got a big email list. I got a big, I've been watching and studying you. I wonder, oh, shoot, I don't know. What is the funniest? I'm kind of overthinking it. That's the problem. Anything would kind of work, and it's just a little moment in the comic, but it's kind of fun to get it what I feel is just right. This is what me and Jared do together a lot too. But he's not here right now. You Sandwich said you had me a retard. You know something? I was thinking it'd be kind of funny if there was a draft to bring back certain politically incorrect words, and everyone knows I think the top two immediately. And there's ones that you don't want back. There's ones where you're like, oh, we don't need that back. We don't need that one. Like whatever. Everyone knows. Everyone can think of those. But then there are a few you're like, some of that needs to be back in the popular lexicon and stop being considered un-PC because it's hilarious. And retard is, or not even hilarious, but like useful. Like it comes up a lot of times where you kind of want to use it and you can't, depending on your company or whatever. But retard is definitely at the top of the list. Fag could be up there, but that's when it's like wishy-washy. I don't know. Either way, I don't care. But retard I miss every day. I'm like, I wish I lived in a society where we could call each other retards all the time. That's when you know something's gone wrong, when you can't call each other retards. I got a big email list from a previous business. See, that's kind of funny. Because I'm like, it would be funny if he was in like porn or something. I don't know. But he doesn't want to admit it. But see, that's like a whole other like short story. It just gets to the scene. You could make a 5-minute little short hilarious scene about that, where he's like wasted, nervous, doesn't want her to know his past, but knows he has something that actually would be useful to her. And then the number, if it's like 1,000,000, I got big, the biggest, the biggest, the biggest. I got a big The biggest. Biggest. We got to partner up. I got the biggest. We got to partner up. I've been watching and studying you. I mean, not like that. Ow, my head. See, I don't know if I made it worse by just cutting stuff out. Crystal, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you doing?
Pretty good, man. Got my coffee, so I'm good to go.
Nice. Are you staying up late then?
Yes, dude. For sure.
Nice. I'm trying to think of some lines for this line of dialogue, because it's a weird situation where it kind of doesn't matter what he says. He could say anything, but
Um,
so it's not like for the plot or anything.
so is this for your hotel book or for the Grand Prix?
This is for the hotel story,
Okay,
and
gotcha.
yeah, it's like so he's been super nervous. He bought this ticket to go to this convention to talk to this woman who's like a thought leader or whatever, and he really wants to pitch an idea to her, but he's super nervous, so he gets too wasted. Then he gets his one chance after a while. He's been like lurking, and he's like, "I've got I'm full up now, not interested." No, 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 that's not. I have a marketing strategy. Well, let's hear it. I've got the biggest. We got to partner up. I've been watching and studying you. I mean, not like that. I mean, ow, my head. Ah, get this bum out
I
of my
don't
sight.
know why I was thinking of like a Pooh Bear. That's great.
Oh, like what? Like Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's
Is
drawn.
it Jim Cummings that does the voice for Winnie the Pooh?
Oh, yeah. Everyone says I sound like Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, that's funny.
Dude, that's hilarious.
I can kind of do a good old man, like the fake old man voice, like this. If you talk through the fine talking man. Old.
That's great. On how does my mic sound, by the way? I got like a new headset, so hopefully it's like okay.
Yeah, actually, I think it does sound. It sounds good, and I think it sounds better maybe than I remember.
Awesome. That's so weird, dude. Like, but that works though. But it's
Yeah,
hard trying to figure out something for this because he's kind of like fumbling his game here pretty hard.
yeah, yeah. And there's like a million. There's a lot of different ways, and they would all work. That's the problem. So I'm like, it started. He had a lot more, and it almost didn't sound drunk. And he's like, "Yeah, I got this email list and blah blah blah." But and then I'm like, well, it's a little more funny if he's just like barely communicating.
Mhm.
But then, so yeah, I'm still kind of just sitting here looking at things. I've got a big.
Because I almost wonder if you start with the we.
Like his lead,
Yeah,
because his
not
lead is
sure.
it's the whatever it is, it's the marketing
Hmm.
strategy. And what we had written is that it's just a big email list that he wants to like sell her his email list. My email list, a million subscribers.
Maybe I got a dot 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 the biggest dot 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 and then go from there maybe.
I got a
Yeah.
big. We got a partner. We got the biggest you've ever seen.
That's
Okay,
great.
you laughed some. It's going in.
This the late night. It's the
And then
biggest guys.
at the bottom, you might be like, "No, not like that. I mean, email list." Ow, my head. But I don't
Yeah.
even know if the punchline is if it needs it. But email list. Mhm. Ow, my head. What are you working on, Crystal? Anything?
Right now, just working on pre-press for the Good Night 2. Just kind of moving some things around, tweaking some artwork, getting that coloring just right. So that's kind of what I'm doing tonight.
Cool.
A lot of Photoshop for sure.
And yeah, because it closed, so it's fulfilling. It's ready to fulfill pretty soon.
Yeah, yeah. Like I've got the coins just came in and they look like awesome. I'm really happy with how those turned out.
Nice.
And I was kind of nervous because I hadn't done anything like that. I'm like, dude, I don't know about the coin design, but it turned out really cool. It was some like a retired army vets that created a company where they just do challenge coins and stuff like that, or coins for arcades. You know, a little bit of everything.
Cool. Yeah, I've been wanting to do it like a challenge coin.
I
So I'm
should like. I'll have to send you their link off stream, or I'll
yeah,
send it to
yeah.
you.
If you don't mind doing something, because I'll look at it.
Because
Because
they have like probably the best price shopping. They had the best one, and the quality's amazing.
cool. Yeah, my buddy that I lived with before I lived here, he was collecting. I forget the name of the candy, but there's some kind of stupid candy that it isn't even that. It's like a big chocolate egg with like
Is it the
Pez,
Cadbury egg? Or
kind
how
of.
do you
It's
say
not
that?
that. It has like Pez dispensers in the egg, so you can shake it and
Hmm.
rattle it, and it's
Oh, dude, is it that Wonder thing? Like it's a
yeah, yeah,
chocolate outside?
yeah.
Dude, I loved those as a kid. That was so dumb, but I loved
Yeah,
it.
and for some reason they have the license for Mario. So every time you buy
Wait,
one,
what?
yeah, every time you buy a Wonder Ball, you get a one Mario challenge coin, and there are
Hmm.
16 like total Mario coins.
Oh, wow.
And my buddy got so addicted, and he just bought so many Wonder Balls trying to get all the coins. And I was like, I love these coins. He gave me a few. He's like, I got some extras, so he gave me. I wonder if I have them. Yeah, check it out. He gave me like I'm gonna make my screen big. Or
Oh, that's nice. What's the
yeah,
material?
it's metal, and yeah, it's like I don't know. Then it's just a sticker on the metal. The other side is it's like what do you call it? A 3D
Oh,
embossed
that's nice.
Diddy Kong, Donkey Kong, Bob-omb, I think. Or maybe that's different than Bob-omb. I don't know who that guy is. Baby
Like
Bowser.
Baby Bowser, yeah. Something like that, I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh, Yoshi.
Yoshi, and then that guy.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. Like, dude, I'll have to like put on my camera for a second. I apologize, like, if the room is like messy. This is like my craft room. But I'll show you my coin here.
Yeah,
Get
yeah. Let's
out the
see.
wrapping. Okay. Hey. So this is the coin. Pretty cool. It's like there you go.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. It's like this is the kanji for like wicked in Japan. And then the front, if I could get it, it's upside down. But yeah,
Oh, yeah, yeah. Nice. That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah, dude, it's pretty solid.
Is it like pure metal?
I believe it's. I want to say it is. Let me check real quick because I literally have an email.
Oh, yeah.
I don't. I want to say it's like steel. I'm not quite sure, or like something to that effect. We'll have to see. Let's see. So it's like when you have a bajillion emails. All right. So all I know is that it's a die struck challenge coin. It's not quite saying the material. It was literally here. This is like one of those middle of the night things that you're like, your brain is dying on the way out.
Yeah. Did you drop your coin?
Yeah. It's like, dude, why am I doing this on stream? So sad, but it's late night, so it's what it is.
No, yeah, there's 11 people watching. It's the
Okay, that's good.
prime time.
It's ultimate prime time. We got this. So yes, it is silver.
Oh,
I
cool.
believe, yes. That's what it's saying. Very cool. That's what I thought, but it's too late, so I don't even know anymore. It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's like hard and shiny, that's all I need.
Like, dude, this is so sturdy. Like, I was shocked by the quality. I figured it was good because the reviews were very good. And I heard good things, but you never know.
Yeah. Yeah, challenge coins are a good, like, people have been doing a handful of things. Trading cards were a big one, and they still are,
Hmm.
and they're pretty popular. But challenge coins, I kind of think those are cooler than trading cards.
Yeah,
And they're,
for sure, dude. Like, when I was in the Air Force, I'd get like a ton of challenge coins. Like, you'd get one for your unit, one for when you go here, one for when you go there. So I just had a ton from there. And it was cool to get to actually make your own, you know? And then I always get a Brian Polito's Lady Death challenge coins. Those are amazing.
oh,
And I
yeah.
saw like Billy Tucci has one too, but I haven't gotten around to picking that one up though. For She, that looks pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm curious where he got that too.
So how many pages are you into the hotel book?
Uh, it's all drawn, and then me and Jared are coloring it, and it's all, I think it's all lettered too, but we're kind of adjusting some of that as we go. So it might be done by the time we launch. Again, it's 120 pages too. It's like a little bit longer.
Ah, gotcha. That's a good length though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It'll be like full trade, which I had been doing that, and then for most of my campaigns, they're like a little bit bigger, which is, I like to keep that on brand if I can, but then it is hard to keep it up um, with a schedule, because it's just more pages you got to do or whatever.
Hmm. I think it also kind of depends on the story too. Sometimes it needs a little less, you know, sometimes it needs more.
Yeah, yeah, and I've been I tend to gravitate towards ones that are a little longer because then you can get a little more like audience investment or something.
Mm-hmm. Take them on that ride, yeah.
Yeah, that's like we might have talked about this just a little bit, but I think you're a fan of Berserk, right? I think
Dude, yes.
today
Big
I was watching.
time.
Yeah, I was watching a bunch of. There's like a whole thing on YouTube that's just all Berserk commentary. It has like a huge fandom, obviously, and it's fun just hearing people talk about it and like theories and mysteries. And I'm like, the only way that that could get built is kind of the way he did it, where it's like just one epic long story. There's just so much to it that you can't
Mm-hmm.
even say it all really fast, kind of.
Yeah. Did you ever play the games?
No, I watched a Let's Play of one, but I've since forgotten it. But I heard it was good. It's called like Guts Rage. It's for the
Mm-hmm.
Dreamcast.
Yeah. It was pretty amusing.
Yeah, one of them was like written by Mira or something, and I remember thinking like it was pretty good.
I heard that. I do a lot of importing of games.
Oh, nice. You can you read Japanese or speak it or?
Very limited. Like very basic conversation, nothing too complex.
Yeah,
Both written and spoken.
cool. Is that one that you picked up? Berserk, Guts
Yep.
Rage, or one of those?
That and there was a Gantz game on PlayStation 2 that I got. I also get like very odd, like rare ones or like very obscure ones that just like nobody knows about. Just random stuff, but I love it.
Nice. What are any ones that I might have known or heard about or?
Uh, I'm trying to think like off the top of my head. It's like super late, so I'm trying to think.
Yeah, yeah. Like I'm trying. I've heard of ones that are Japanese only. There's one that I played a little bit on Super Nintendo because they get translated, so then you can play them.
Hmm.
Well, Tactics Ogre. I played actually a lot of that, which is kind of like Final Fantasy Tactics. It's like
Hmm.
the precursor to that.
That's pretty cool. But there's also like one of the ones that I have, it's like a PlayStation 2 Tokyo Mew Mew game. It's like a magical girl type thing. And that one's pretty neat.
Nice.
I also have this other one, I forget what it's called, but it's like another magical girl one, and it's like these little witches. And why I got it was because there's a very odd, it's kind of like a musical rhythm game, but it had like a super weird controller. So I was like, I might as well get that for fun.
Oh, cool. Are you playing any games right now?
Right now, I'm still on Cyberpunk. I'm
Oh yeah,
playing more like waiting for them to put in the expansion, the 2.0. So that should be fun. I'm excited for Idris Elba popping up.
oh yeah, that'd
Yeah.
be cool. I've been watching a bunch of, and I kind of want to play it. I don't have a system, so I might eventually get one. But just while I'm working, I'll throw games on in the background. But I've been watching a bunch of Armored Core 6.
Oh, dude, that looks cool. That's on my list.
Yeah, yeah, that one is super fun. It's kind of like it'll get you a little bit where it gets kind of inspiring, and then I'm like, I want to make a mech comic or something.
That would be so much work, though.
Yeah,
I
well,
feel like.
I think mechs they're relatively untapped in like Comicsgate.
Mhm.
As soon as I say that, I know people will be like, "Here's a few mech
They're,
games."
they're gonna make it tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. Or I'd back one just for the sake of back mech game. Um, Actually, I told that to your boy Zach,
Hmm.
and he had because he was like the last one we did. I'm trying to remember if that was the giant one called Runner, which that turned out good. Like, but it's very like that's a short story, so it's like it's not going to be anyone's favorite comic of the year just because it's
Hmm.
like, oh, that's a nice little story. A lot of people are like, oh, I like it. Yeah, good job, nice. But that one just broke even. So like things have been getting tighter for crowdfunding in general, but so
Hmm.
that one just however it worked, they had a budget that he paid me for production and then um, shipping and fulfilling, and after all that, it ended up completely breaking even almost exactly. And so he's like, on the next one, what we might
Cool
do is,
beans.
yeah, well, it's good that it at least did that. But the previous ones, I made a little profit or whatever. But so he was like, on the next one, what we'll do is we'll crowdfund it, and we'll set the goal at like 40,000. And if it doesn't hit the goal, then we just won't do the book. And we'll let people know it's going to be a year to fulfill. Like it'll be like the way crowdfunding used to be. So we'll try it
Hmm.
that way. Where like it's actually only like a few sample pages, some concept art, and a cover, and then you launch. And then if you see if
Hmm.
you have the full business plan, you see if it reaches the goal or not. If there is a demand for that idea, and that idea, it is like it's his version of a mech idea. Um,
Oh, cool.
and it did sound pretty fun, but it's like it's the way Narzak ones. Whenever we work together, they're always a little quirky, kind of, because that's like I think that's like your boy Zach likes to vent those ideas through me. Because I think he thinks my stuff is a little quirky. That's just kind of the way it combos. Is like his weirder ideas. He's always pitching them to me for Narzak stuff, and he pitched that, and it was a Wes Anderson mech story was the idea, and it would have like a
Hmm.
lot of subsections of the mech, like the art showing, like people going up and down ladders and stuff, and I was like, honestly, I mean, that sounds cool. So
Yeah, it does. That's definitely unique and interesting by the sound of it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So we'll see whenever we get around to actually launching it, but sometime next year, I think, and then we'll see if we can make 40,000 or whatever we try to reach. We might not, but that's actually the thing about that that's kind of nice is it's not even that uh like a failure at that point because it's actually good to know that you're like rather than what like the other way, whereas if you work for 6 months on something and then it only sells and you actually lose a fair
Hmm.
amount of money, like that would be the failure. So avoiding a failure feels like good sometimes. So I'm like I kind of do like that idea of testing that kind of crowdfunding as long as you just have to let people know like this is not one of the super fast fulfilling campaigns. I mean, we'll fulfill it. It's not going to be like years or whatever, but this will be like we go into production after the campaign ends. So it's going to be months. What's your next campaign?
After this, The Good Night 2, I have a graphic novel that's completely done. It's called VHS Killers. And it's like two siblings, two brothers, that are actually priests, and they're specifically exorcists, but they're also part of a heavy metal band. And it's kind of
Yeah.
like one of those church things, like for charity. And it actually picks up. And now they're doing full tours, and like the all proceeds are like going to the church and stuff. But then there's also like the 14-year-old girls that are like possessed, and got to get those demons out. So that's fully finished. And it's a very different type of, the way that we've laid it out is probably like the weirdest comic graphic novel format, because it's mostly in singles, but then we have like objects on pages, and then it's kind of like text. It's very weird. Everybody, like, once you read it you'll get it, but it's just kind of different.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I'll definitely back that as soon as it comes out, or help you promote it or whatever.
Yeah,
So that
because
way I
that
can,
one's been like completely lettered, everything pre-pressed. It's like ready to go. The whole file is ready.
cool.
It's just that it takes place during certain events in issue 2 of The Good Night. So we kind of had to wait to put it out until people have The Good Night in their hands at the very least, and then put that out on the website, and they can just buy the digital right away. And then we'll kind of start up the campaign for that.
Cool.
Hey, Dark Gift.
What's up, Dark Gift?
So, Narwhal, what's the vibe of this comic going to be like? Because it's kind of giving me like sort of like comedic or horror vibes.
Yeah, it is. It is like a horror comedy. It's like a lot. There's a lot of stuff, kind of like Evil Dead 2. Like there's a
Dude.
whole like like mini story within the story about a severed hand that gets
Hmm.
sentient and has a little adventure. Um, and that kind of stuff, like that kind of gore, body part gore, but where
Hmm.
um,
Dude,
and
there's not
then
enough body horror out
yeah,
there.
yeah,
There
yeah.
used to be, not anymore.
Yeah, when we were thinking of a lot of it feels like kind of refreshing, even though Evil Dead 2 is like so classic, but it's like,
Hmm.
yeah, we'll do something like that. The other one that I named for influence is, you might have be familiar with it, but there's an Italian horror series called Demons. Have you ever
Yeah.
seen, where they get stuck in the movie theater is
Hmm.
Demons? And yeah, and then there's Demons 2. And Demons 2, they're in an apartment complex.
Hmm.
This is a lot like Demons 2. It's like shit's going
Right.
crazy, following multiple people, and they kind of meet up and try to survive, blah blah blah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't Demons 2, it's like the son of Lucio Fulci or something. I forget
Yep.
the connection. Is that it?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
I believe so.
Yeah. The other thing, I was mentioning it a little earlier to the chat, but it's it's called Hotel Story, and it's like a very iconic hotel story where like there are stories like this, I think, where if you put hotel in the title, that's almost its own like subgenre kind of thing.
Hmm.
But then you have like, there's like a concierge character, a front desk character, the manager, the
Hmm.
janitor, and then there's all the guests and blah blah blah. So,
Nice. That almost like reminds me of like those old school murder mysteries.
Yeah,
Gives
yeah,
that Clue vibe, dude.
yeah, like Clue or Agatha Christie or something. Or actually, like speaking of hotel movies, one of them is like a Wes Anderson movie. What's that one even called? I think it says hotel in front of it. But, that one, I remember that movie being really good, but I can't remember it, so I kind of want to rewatch it.
Oh, you're talking about like the Grand Budapest Hotel?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, it's a good one. Tilda Swinton and like Ed Norton were in that. They're so good. I love them.
yeah, yeah. I haven't seen as much of Edward Norton, and I don't know what his deal is if he's just
It's
working.
unfortunately because people say that he's hard to work with.
Okay,
And
yeah,
he's also a method actor, so he's doing the method actor thing. And that's kind of tough for people to swallow. So,
yeah. That's probably why they think he's a dick or whatever. But if you cast him as a dick or something. But yeah, he's great. He's hilarious or whatever.
he's so good.
He's great in Birdman. That's one of those ones. Um, I'm reading Dark Gift talking about ISBNs real fast. Yeah, Dark Gift. If you go to Bowker.com and then I probably recommend buying them in bulk because it would be like it's like $300 for 10 maybe or something. Otherwise, it's like $100 for one or something like that. It's like you save a lot of money if you get a bulk. And yeah, oh, with variants, good question. So you could either just put the same. You could use the same one because otherwise it can get expensive. So you just get one, and then if anyone scans it, it'll be the same price, and then that'll be logged in the Library of Congress or whatever. The main reason you do it too is just so it qualifies for media mail. I don't know if you need it for anything particular, like functional, but there is like an inventory, kind of thing that um but so yeah, there's almost we should ask someone that knows even better than me because my answer, I think, if I did variants, I think I did do. I had one variant on Grand Prix, and I did do a different um, barcode. But if I had like four, I don't think I would. I would just get one barcode for the book, and it just wouldn't matter really. So that's sort of Crystal. What about you? Do you use Bowker?
For the ISBN,
Yeah,
I am not currently using ISBNs.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't even know in particular if we need to. Supposedly, it's good to
It's
have.
important for the comic shop. Um, it kind of just depends. I mean, there's even some independents in the comic shop without ISBN. I think it's just like a distribution thing, like the store as well, inventory. So it just kind of depends, I think.
Yeah, Dark Gift, if you are on the site and just buy them in bulk, you can almost just treat it like a new book, and then I named it like soft cover, hardcover, or like, cover A, cover B kind of thing.
So, Narwhal, what can you tell us about your, is it a villainess that you have for this book?
Yeah, Salome, the main witch.
Yes.
Um, yeah, I wonder if I could find some art of her. See, yeah, but she is kind of cool. She's a pretty good bad guy because you don't exactly root for her, but you kind of start to like her a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and just because she's just kind of doing her thing, I mean, she's casting a mass sacrifice spell in the entire hotel, so she's like evil, but
I would say so, you know?
yeah, yeah, and she has some good banter the whole way through. She has I guess, yeah, the main kind of thing is it's her versus this FBI angel. It's like the FBI equivalent for angels, and that guy's name is Adrian, and he can possess dead bodies, and she knows that he's like on her trail, and so one of her spells like three parts, and the first part basically creates a barrier so none of the other angels can get in. So he can still get in, but only if someone dies. So then her part two of her plan is to have nobody actually die um the until like she
The
controls it.
conclusion,
Yeah.
climax.
So actually her plan is she ties someone up and kills them, and knowing, so it's like a trap. So Adrian inhabits their body, but then he's already tied up. So he's
Mhm.
kind of out of the picture. But then he does kind of have this Evil Dead escape where he cuts off one of his hands and uses his hand to like, you know, help him escape. And then he takes that body and he has to kill someone else because that body's pretty useless now. So he's like not exactly a good guy either because he just
Mhm.
needs a body. But it's like him versus her, and he's trying to stop her from doing the mass uh, sacrifice. And yeah, and so there's a lot of it is like just kind of fun the way the action plays out of like what he does and what she does, what they're both trying to do to stop each other, and then the characters caught in the middle. They all have their like kind of little plots going on. But oh yeah, I was going to share a little bit of art of Salome, maybe.
Richard says oil that chair.
I know this is kind of a new, nice chair too, but it's freaking creaky.
Like, is it the chair or the floor, though?
It's the chair.
Okay.
Yeah, my floor is super cool though. It's
Like, is it a wooden floor?
yeah, it's an old wood floor.
Gotcha.
It's not super creaky, but it's just kind of
I know that sound, though, dude.
yeah.
It's great.
Zachary raid. Yeah, we got 25 people watching. Been going almost 2 hours. Sometimes if you go long, I guess more people have a chance to come in. But yeah, we're just hanging out and working a little bit, so it's not a super crazy show. Creak creak.
Somebody in the chat's like, Kangs is finished.
Oh, nice. So this is post Kangs kind of.
So I was gonna ask Narwhal, how was it putting the animation together for your hotel story?
Yeah, that's me and Jared. Jared's the main artist on Hotel Story. He's a buddy that I met in Iowa City like 10 years ago. And we've been just kind of like art buddies ever since, but always talked about possible collabs, but never really got around to it. And um, he's he brings a lot of cool alternative viewpoints of kind of like I don't know what was it? He's very interested in like kind of like occult type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And what is there's a word he uses that I always forget the word, but it's a better word than occult. Um, but so and he's an animation guy, so we were like, well, if we're working on a book together, maybe we can do a fully animated thing.
Mm-hmm.
Irene, what's up?
Hey.
Hi, what's up?
Yeah,
Just waiting to see how long I have to wait. Did
nice.
I miss the coloring?
No, I'm still coloring a little bit. Yeah, we're just hanging and talking. It's 2 hours in, and now people are coming in. We're getting a little stream going.
I was talking to someone else, so I wasn't paying attention to anything. So apologies.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, I was talking about doing the animation for the Hotel Story trailer. Yeah, so it was with Jared. We use Blender, and we've been trying to learn that as we go. And we watch some tutorials. Blender has a thing called Grease Pencil that lets you do 2D animation. So
Mm-hmm.
we were messing with that, and we're still figuring it out even. But it's it was pretty fun to do, and we're working on some other animated projects like right away too.
Yeah, I really liked it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that trailer looked awesome.
Yeah. What are you working on tonight, Irene?
Coloring the 2.5 cover. I can share too. Or I'll color.
Yes.
Whee. Oh boy.
So how are you doing tonight?
I'm a little it's complicated.
Oh, I got you.
It's complicated. It'll be
I've
alright.
had those days, my dude.
Yeah, it's one of those days. It'll be alright. Interpersonal stuff, you know.
I feel you.
You know how it is. No, not more of more I think
That's
I need
what's
to
so
change.
interesting too, because like with film industry stuff, it's like there's always stuff going on, and it's always crazy.
Oh, I'm not even talking about like
Always something
drama.
wacky.
Yeah, oh my god, now I'm staying far away from all that shit. Oh yeah, we had a chat. How do you guys like this? I'm putting in the color holds right now.
Oh, nice.
Very cool.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not even paying attention to Twitter drama. Oh my god, I'm so tired of all that shit.
I know. I was kind of mad at myself for looking today. Even I got sucked into it a little bit, and I lost. I got a little adrenaline rush too, because you get kind of mad. You're like, I should do something. And you're like, I wrote like a tweet out that was going to talk some shit, and I deleted it. And I'm like,
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
That's the
That's
way.
always what you should do. And, you know, even if you just write it and delete it, you get that energy out of you, you know?
Yeah, it helps. It helps. But yeah, I started the day, and it's leg day. So I woke up at 5 a.m. and went to the YMCA and did some squats and came back, squats and lunges, and came back and then drank 2 eggs because I'm like trying to do that.
Just raw.
2 eggs, just like fucking.
Like Gaston, dude.
Yeah.
Like fight milk.
Yeah, I guess.
Way to go. Well done.
Yeah. And then so I feel good on days where I'm working out, because then it's like I was interviewing Jose Garcia, and he said he wrote a book. I was like, how are you so productive? And he said he read a book called Eat the Frog. And that's where the first thing you do every morning should be the thing you most don't want to do, because then the rest of your day feels like fancy free and carefree or whatever. And so I'm like, that happens if you work out in the morning. But I'm still too weak to even be able to do it every day. I can only do it like 3 days a week because I get really sore. But
That's still pretty good.
yeah, so I was doing that, and I had a good productive day, good productive morning. I was like focused and whatever, just coloring pages. And then yeah, just kind of started checking Twitter and getting more and more sucked into some BS, and then like you kind of like shake it off after an hour or whatever. You're like, blah, gotta move on.
Yeah. I gotta get back to that. I've been falling off the wagon a little bit just because now I have to get up every morning and drive an hour. It's killing me. But
Yeah, you have to drive to your work now.
yeah, that's what's been stressing me out on top of a bunch of other shit. But yeah, when on days where I have like an extra 10 minutes in the mornings, I'm just like, okay, let's lift some weights real quick, because I have some like kettlebells, and it's like that's the most I can get in.
Yeah.
At least you're getting it in, though, you know?
Yeah.
Need to be
Even
better.
it doesn't take
Baby
too
steps.
long. Yeah, you can get a decent workout in like 15 minutes even sometimes. But
Yeah, it's more about consistency, right? It's like learning a language.
yeah. And it's like, well, so this is kind of totally different, but applies just slightly. I was talking with one of my friends yesterday, and I was telling him how much I hate winter. And I was like, around here, the thing is, winter is like the bad weather. Winter's 3 months, but it's bad 1 month of fall and 1 month of spring. So you get 5 months of trash weather and 7 months of pretty great weather. And those 5 months, I can go 3 months of that. So there's 2 months where I'm like totally over it and like kind of depressed and pissed. And he told me, he's like, well, you know what I like about winter is I really like waking up when it's still dark and just having the dark mornings. And he said one other thing, but he had two little things, and I was like, oh, it's like a mindset change. And I was like, you know what? I think I like dark mornings too. And so, and then I was like, I do like dark mornings. So I was like, and then I was like, maybe I don't even hate winter so much. The one little thing he told me, and it like helped me. But like working out's kind of like that, where the second that like one buddy pitched that to me, he's like, I was like, I'm thinking about trying to get into working out, and he's like, oh, that's music to my ears. Nothing has ever pleased me more. You're gonna be, dude, you're gonna be fucking jacked on testosterone all day long, and everyone else is gonna be like weak because they drink beers, so they'll have high estrogen levels. And you're just gonna be getting the pump all day, every day. You're gonna feel great. You're gonna be high all day. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I guess I'm into it.
Yeah, well, if that's what'll get you pumped for the day. Do it.
Yeah. That's like what Arnold says. He says the pump, because they all talk about the pump, and I don't really know what it is.
Sounds dirty.
Are you sure you don't know Narwhal?
I was thinking today, I was like, I think I might know what the pump is. I was just laying there, kind of feeling my body. Like, not actually touching my body, but feeling into myself.
It's getting weird, guys.
This might be it worse.
Stream is going in a weird direction.
This is what happens at late night streams, guys.
Yeah.
Poor choice of words. Lieutenant Hughes says, keep at it, Narwhal. I have faith in you, buddy. Thanks, Lieutenant Hughes.
Oh, so positive.
Yeah, the Arnold quote, he goes, every time I am pumping, it is like I am coming. I come in the morning, I come at night. He literally said that in the documentary that's kind of famous.
Pumping Iron.
Yeah.
Cam wants me to air my dirty laundry. I will not. No.
This is a classy show.
It is.
Yeah.
We are not here to air dirty laundry. We are here to color and have fucking fun and talk about comics. Imagine that. Doing that once in a while. That'd be nice.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
We were talking a little bit about Berserk, Irene.
What? Okay, let's go back to that.
Yeah. So because I've been today and yesterday, I've been going down some rabbit holes on YouTube, and I've watched hours of content of like discussion about Berserk and theories and like some of the summaries of some of the sections that I don't remember as well, or there's a few towards the end that I think I haven't read yet. And there's like these arcs, like I didn't even know they're like talking about like the terms they use, like they call it Fantasia when the earth becomes like magical or whatever, and the mixing of like the heaven realm and the real world, and it becomes Fantasia. And then Griffith, like he has the one city where that is like the bull, like it's like a dome of protection or whatever. So all the people worship him and they call him the White Falcon. And I'm like, dude, it's like the Antichrist story too, but with Griffith. So that's
like, dude, do you have those deluxe edition volumes? Those are so tight.
I do.
I've got almost all of them except for the last two. Like, they're eluding me, but I'll catch up to them.
I think, is it up to like what, 13 now?
I think it's actually like, yeah, I think it's 13 right now.
Oh yeah, I'm missing the last two as well.
But everywhere I go, it's like sold out of the ones that I need.
So my birthday is soon, everybody.
Awesome.
Someone wants to send me those last two volumes of Berserk.
Do it.
What are they?
Make it happen for Irene, guys.
Yeah, that's down for me.
What are those arcs called? The last wherever they are now.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't caught it because because it's not ended right. I'm waiting until it ends. And I'm gonna
Oh
read
yeah,
all at once,
yeah,
and then I'm gonna probably cry my eyes out.
yeah. Because that's the thing. It's Mira passed away. That
Mhm.
alone is like sad. But I watched a video. The dude taking over is Mira's best friend, and
Mhm.
it's kind of cool. Like I think he's not even a famous. He's like maybe I don't know if he's maybe famous, but he's not as famous as Mira. He's not like some super legendary guy. He's just Mira's best friend, like stepping in. I'm like, oh, it's so touching.
Oh, that's
And
awesome.
yeah, and they say Mira and him are based on Guts and Griffith,
Oh, cool. That'd
and
be weird if you're like based on Griffith, though.
yeah,
Yeah.
they asked
It'd
Mira
be
that.
funny.
They asked Mira, they're like, so is it true? Because people say that. And he's like, it's true. But the thing is, sometimes I'm Guts and he's Griffith, and sometimes he's Griffith and I'm Guts.
They trade
Sounds like
off.
a complicated friendship, man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's awesome.
Who's
And
the
I
girl is the question.
Yeah. Who's
that's
Casca?
What's
classified.
going on there?
That's classified.
Holy
Who's-
crap.
who's-
I see someone in the chat is asking for your PO box for me. We can
Oh.
literally make that happen now on stream.
Oh yeah, well, why? Why I wouldn't mind. I do have it in my channel. I am too lazy to.
Dude, if like, bro, if you
It's in my
actually
channel
get it for her, like, we need to clip this and then go right to her opening it. That'd be awesome.
I will open it on stream. I mean, I'm kind of kidding, but I really wouldn't mind if someone wants to send me some dessert.
Watch, dude. They'll be like, for real, and they'll send it.
Oh no, and I'll feel kind of bad, but then I
But
won't.
you're making amazing content for them, so that's like an awesome trade-off, you know?
Oh yes, totally. No, I'll think of it that way, so I don't feel guilty.
Exactly. Think of how many hours you stream, dude.
But
Oh yeah, sacrifices I make.
Exactly.
you know what it sounds like too with they say the story. I need to catch up too, but it's like it just sounds like Griffith is like so interesting. Like he's not even just like a demon bad guy. Like now he's back and he's a kind of like he was in the Golden Arc a little bit. And and now everyone's speculating. They're like, how's it gonna end? I heard someone say it's just gonna end with war, like a giant freaking battle with Guts raising an army and Griffith raising an army. And I'm
That'd
like,
be kind of cool.
that sounds cool. Someone else where they were saying the God Hand might betray Griffith or Griffith betray the God Hand. They're saying that the big God Hand with the big brain, what's he called? He has a cool name even. Void. Yeah, the shit they talk about Void and Skull Knight is so badass and so like epic. There was one part, it was reanimated. It was a guy animated by hand, a deleted scene. It's in the manga of Golden Arc, but it's not in any of the shows. But how Casca and Guts actually escape from the eclipse is because Skull Knight saves them. And the fact it is kind of like a quote unquote, you could say a divine intervention, which is technically a bad thing, but it's for some reason it's not a bad thing. It's like so badass, and the lore and how it works is like so cool that Skull Knight does save them and shit. And it's like they always use the term, what's it called? But it's like fate. They call it causality.
Oh yeah, that's one thing I usually I don't like fate and prophecies and stories, and even though it's done well in Berserk, it still bothers me. It's one fantasy trope that is irksome, but it's done well. It's everything is fated. Then why are we? So what is the point of the characters doing anything?
Yeah, and that's
but the way Berserk is set up is Guts is the one who can go against causality, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
he's like fighting this force.
Yeah, and the fact they can break it means you still really don't know what's going to happen. And yeah, like Skull Knight broke causality for that point, and apparently he had to break through the reason he was trying to break through, but Nosferatu Zod was stopping him. But he gets by Nosferatu Zod. Nosferatu Zod's like the lineman or whatever, so he gets by Nosferatu Zod. He breaks into the eclipse, and then he fucking rides down on his horse just like a beam of light, and it goes straight for Void because him and Void have beef because their origin stories are tied from 1,000 years ago. And Void's like eyes are sewn shut, but he still stares people down the way Mira draws him. Like he'll give him a panel of just his face, and you're like, he's thinking something.
That's so creepy.
Yeah, and but so it's Void sees Skull Knight coming straight for him. Skull Knight just goes straight for this badass sword strike, totally gonna whack him. Void opens up a warp hole for in space time, and to make Skull Knight attack himself. So the warp hole appears right behind him. Skull Knight knows that's happening, so he blocks that with his shield. So they're like, and then they stare each other down like, "Fuck you, buddy." And then Skull Knight just keeps going to get his like thing that he needs to do, which is to get Kosuke guts. But yeah, it's so cool that Skull Knight is just like, yeah, I know I can't kill you and I can't even really hit you, but I'm gonna fucking swing at you and block it and know it's gonna be redirected at me. I'm just gonna fucking block it anyway. That kind of thing. It's like,
yeah, love that. I mean, I guess it's borderline divine intervention, but not quite, because Skull Knight has a reason to be there. He's like almost a past version of Guts.
Yeah. Yeah, and there it's chapter 83 is the chapter that it's actually not in any of the reprints, but it is in the original like manga magazine. So Mira actually took it out of canon. So then everyone talks about it now because it's during the eclipse. Griffith gets pulled down and talks to the embodiment of the idea of evil, which is this giant beating heart. And it looks super weird and creepy. And that whole episode is like, or issue or what chapter is really cool. But he said he cut it because he doesn't want an upper limit on anything yet in the story. He says he'll figure that out later. So he realized he boxed himself in by revealing God too soon, kind of speaking of divine intervention. So he took that out of the story. So it's like, yeah, there is Void and there is the God Hand, and now he's introduced a few others and everything, but there isn't like something super above them yet that he's talked about, other than this deleted scene, basically.
Yeah, he could. I mean, he could say that's taken out of the continuity, but it's like, wow, you already put it out there. We already kind of know that is out there. I mean, you could say it's not canon, but clearly he was thinking of it.
Yeah, I know. It's like, will he? Because it hasn't that giant beating heart thing, and the scene in its dialogue with Griffith is all really cool, but
yeah,
but it hasn't shown up yet again since then. So they're like, maybe it'll come back in the end, or maybe it just
towards the end.
Yeah.
That's what everyone's wondering is like, what's going to come back? What's going to get wrapped up? He did set up a ton of threads, and they're all kind of badass.
I mean, man, with the way things go, I think it's just gonna be a straight up tragedy. I don't even know if there's gonna be a battle. I think I'm just like so dejected after everything. I'm just like, Griffith's just gonna win. He just gets everything. Yep, it's just gonna be. It's like that kind of nihilistic story. Yeah, I'm like ready for that. because
after what they've already done,
yeah, it's like, yeah, he's become, especially after he's become it's this really interesting thing where he's become his past self when he was the leader of the Band of the Hawk, but that really separate from Femto, because it's almost two sides of the same coin. He always had the capability to be Femto, and Femto was always him. So it's not like he really switched. It's just when he gets desperate, he will turn to that evil. But now that he has everything he wants, yeah, he's actually good at governing and he can do all these great things. But at the end of the day, it's still an illusion. But what do the people care? They just care about, they don't know that he manipulated them all and he caused all of this just to have power. All they know is he's providing them safety in this beautiful city. So is it really, do you really think Mira intended to tell a story where, yeah, the guy who manipulated everyone, he gets his comeuppance? I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if Guts will frickin' die or whatever. Or...
I think he will. Vaughn's in the chat. Vaughn, get the fuck in here. Berserk might go nihilistic. Maybe not. Maybe not nihilistic, but I think it's going to be a tragedy and it'll
Pretty
be
dark
pessimistic.
for sure.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be framed as Guts winning, and I don't think Griffith will fall per se. I think it'll be one of those things where Guts gets something small, like maybe he does get Casca in the end, or maybe the Moonchild snaps Casca out of it and at least he wins her, and they, I don't know, like some shit, like they die together. So it's like a small victory,
Kind
and
of
it's
like
more,
Northman type thing, how they
yeah,
did towards then, yeah.
it's more like well, the journey was worth it. I have a small victory, but the evil guy still wins, you know?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt the flow of conversation, but LT Hughes in the chat said that you missed his first super chat.
Oh, I think I know how to do that now. I click on
It's
star.
like a little ways up that he wrote that.
Yeah. It's LT Hughes says, all that matters is consistency and progress. Oh, you're talking about working out, I think. Yeah. Cool.
I will try to keep that in mind.
How could you? Yeah, Vaughn, you have the link, I think, right? Vaughn, if you don't, I'll send it. But I think he's in the Wizard Sleeve group or whatever.
This my brush tool is being all weird.
There was a theory, someone said that because there is like a kind of cyclical thing and where things are mirroring each other. So if certain things might repeat, but it'll be slightly different. So they're like, well, last time, well, it kind of, the thing is it repeated to the point of the golden arc is with Void and Skull Knight kind of are the old Guts and Griffith kind of from 1,000 years ago. And so they got some shit going on. And then Void, it seems like Void doesn't like Griffith maybe a little bit. And so that will throw a wrench into some shit. Like Griffith could kind of become like, you know, a sort of good guy just for a little bit, and then he's bad again, and then it's killed or whatever.
I don't know. If Griffith gets killed, that would have to happen in a very interesting way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they are dealing at this point with gods. So it's like, how do you even kill gods? You like can't. Which is kind of cool. It's that part of the hopelessness is what's kind of fun about it.
If he does die, it would probably be a thing where they would all band together. Maybe they get one of the god hand, probably Void, and everyone else that is on Guts' side, but maybe they end up turning the people against them. And they have to, and they sacrifice themselves, or at least the main characters, in return for killing Griffith. Because, like, the people will still probably see Griffith as, oh, he is our savior.
Yeah. They said right now it is like Guts is the legends of Guts are that he's the bad guy. The people are all scared of him and don't like him. And the legends of Griffith are that he's the White Falcon and he's there to save them. That's cool that they all have their, like, I don't know. I heard one thing too, Mira, when he pitched the story, like later on, I think when he's talking about it, he called it 1,000-year story is like what he called it. I was like, that's a really fun way to conceptualize a story. And so he's like King Geyseric or whatever, the Skull Knight is like a huge part of it that's getting just hinted at more and more of what went on.
That'll be interesting to see how that plays.
Yeah, well, there is a theory, and people say it's really stupid, but they say that Skull Knight is Guts from the future.
What? That doesn't make sense, though. These guys are.
Where do people come up with stuff like that?
It doesn't make sense. It's how he knew Flora and everything. It's like we know who he is. But yeah, it's just cyclical history, folks. Folks. Yes, chat. We're talking about Berserk. I'm glad that Narwhal has also been converted to Berserk. I'm very happy with this. I like to
Yeah.
think I had a small part to play in this
Yeah.
conversion. Welcome to the world of Berserk.
Yeah.
Play the
I
video game.
It was the 1997 anime that first was my gateway or whatever, and it
Mhm.
was in like my mid 20s or something. But it was my buddy who doesn't talk to me anymore, and I wish he would. But he was like
Oh,
my mentor, kind of. He's a little bit older, and I'm trying to remember what he said. He said something like, "You should watch this. It's very, very good. It's one of the best things ever of any medium ever." And I was like, okay. And then I was like, dude, it's one of the best things ever of any medium ever. He's like, I know.
yeah.
We're like,
It's amazing.
it kind of made me think as I was watching it too. I'm like, this is better than Game of Thrones, and everyone loves Game of Thrones.
Look, listen. Game of Thrones and Berserk both have their flaws, in my opinion. Berserk isn't perfect either. At least, it's probably just my taste, but I have gripes with certain things, mostly Casca.
Oh yeah, that's another thing about the ending. Everyone's curious about. They're like, is she really just going to be like broken? Like, it seems like they got to fix her at some point, but that's been a long ass time, you know.
Well,
Well,
what if it's to the point that she can't be fixed?
Yeah, I mean that would be
Like
Mira.
Romeo and Juliet type stuff.
Yeah.
So my issue wasn't that she was broken, and my issue isn't that she might not be able to be fixed. I have a huge issue with this, how she started out as a character who had a lot of forward momentum. She had a lot of self agency. She actually stood for something. And then she became a non entity and essentially became a tool for storytelling and never did anything to help herself, even when it came to, well, yes, she's potatoed. Yes, she's trapped in her own head. But I don't see any indication of she's trying to break out of it. She's trying to heal, even if it turns out to be a tragedy and she can't be fixed. It just bothers me that she went from such an active character to essentially just a plot device.
Mm-hmm.
I feel you.
That's like my main gripe about it, though. Other than that, it's a lot of it is just personal taste. Like conviction art isn't my taste, but I know that a lot of people like it. I understand that it's good. It's just not my thing.
It kind of depends on like what the payoff is too. Like maybe it would change with, some well thought out events later on down the line. I don't know. It's one of those things where if you're doing it for that long, hopefully the payoff is worth it.
Yeah, but there are characters that Mira really had a plan for, but ended up not doing anything with them, like that armored guy with the bushy beard, with the bushy mustache. Seems like he kind of went nowhere. I can't remember his name because he kind of got sidelined.
Yeah. Yeah, and there was ones too that the opposite where you think that they're just like not going to be a big deal, and then they randomly ended up being bigger and bigger. But that was the one that was part of the rabbit hole that I was watching. It's like the group of assassins that go back way quite a ways too. I think they're in maybe the conviction arc is or around there, but there's like a whole family of assassins that they were just like regular bad guys for like a couple chapters, and then now they're like in the end game.
Oh yeah, the wiggly swords guys.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Photoshop crashed.
Uh-oh.
That happens.
It happens.
You lose
It only
more?
happens when I'm streaming.
Dude.
Fantastic. Well, it's fine. It's fine. It's only a little bit of pain. It's only a little
That's like that
suffering.
little dog in the meme with the flames. It's fine.
This is fine.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
What sucks
lips
is like
are-
when you're in Photoshop and you're about to save and it crashes.
Oh God,
That
yeah.
gets me, dude. It's like you want to punch a hole through your computer, but then you remember how much you paid for it and all the mods. And you're like,
Yeah.
I can't.
That happened to me once. I think it happened. It was Clip Studio, I think, and I did lose a little bit of work. But it was.
Ooh.
I went file save, and for some reason it went spin wheel of death as it was saving, and it just never. I waited like half hour, and it was saying like, "Wait, program isn't responding. Want to close?" I'm like, "No," and so I wait longer, and
Mhm.
eventually I closed, and it did not save. And I was like,
Well, and see, the thing is that you can add more RAM, but like Adobe is a RAM hog. And then you combine that with other stuff on your computer that's probably also simultaneously running, and you have like a situation where that happens.
mm-hmm.
I've been in that situation too, where it just, it freezes when it's saving. I've left my computer on overnight to see if it stopped pinwheeling. It's like, okay, it's been 6 hours. I think we're dead. But yeah, you get to that point, you just start
That is
taking
rough.
screenshots. Like maybe I can salvage this and just trace over it later.
Dude, I've been there. No, that's
Screenshot.
giving me horrible flashbacks, dude.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Especially like
All been there.
animation, you've got something going. You're like, okay, this scene is good to go. You render it, gone.
Yeah.
Why? Oh, dude, no. Some
I
of
mean,
these guys in chat, I love them. It's like Jamie Max. He's like, yeah, that's known to happen when you're downloading 17 gigs.
oh no, how did you
No.
know?
Exactly. I think that's telling more of you, my dude.
I've
Because
been
that's oddly specific.
Captain Bipto say, wouldn't have this problem you draw on paper. Listen here. I'm coloring.
Yeah, that's funny. Paper, it can spontaneously combust. Please, come on.
Mhm.
Dude, if you have pets,
Exactly.
your dog will come in and rip that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Dog can eat it.
Your
Whatever.
cat will scratch it.
Pee on it.
Yeah.
That
It's
would
I'm
be
being
cool.
smart with digital.
You could get a paper cut and it gets infected and you lose your whole hand.
Yeah. And then, or I'll just
Or
spill
even
all my
worse.
coffee
Dude,
over my
yes, I
arm.
was just about to say coffee spill, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I've done that multiple times. Many times.
73 people watching. That's like a pretty good audience. Thanks for being here. If you're hanging out.
Hi.
Sign up for my mailing list if you haven't. 73. I swear, some of you are bots. Some of you are good people.
I like the bluntness. Like, well, some of these people are bots, but that's all right.
Lieutenant Hughes, he says, I have been into fitness for 20 years since I was a kid. I'm also a certified trainer for fun. If anyone is serious and needs help, just reach out. Thanks,
Cool.
Lieutenant. Lieutenant Hughes, are you on Twitter? I gotta make sure I follow you. I might have some questions or something. I don't know.
All right. Let me try sharing a screen again and see if. Fingers crossed. I didn't even do anything crazy. All I did was open the brush panel, and
That's how it does, dude.
I literally did fuck all nothing. Wait. Oh, fantastic. Now my pen tip sensitivity is gone. Alright, restart again.
Oh.
So I have a question, Irene.
Yes.
Which character is your favorite in Fiendish?
Oh no, you're making me pick favorites. Why would you do this to my children?
Because.
Oh, putting me on the spot. I apologize to my
I'm
entire.
always curious to find out like what people's favorite character is in their own projects because it's very telling, and I enjoy it.
So there is no easy answer. So the way my story is structured is I have a core cast, like almost 4 main characters but 1 protagonist. It's weird, but it works. Trust me. I think I'm very proud of my antagonists, which I haven't introduced yet, but they will be in chapter 3, so it'll be soon. Because I'm spending time and setting up the protagonist and the world. Out of the core cast, I think I started out liking Casimir more, but I think that's because he was easier to write for me. And the other characters were really, really hard for me to figure out. I thought Iskul would be easy, but it turns out he's not, because it's easy to write his reactions because he's just kind and empathetic and he's like nice guy TM. But well, how do you give someone like that a character arc? What is their struggle? And once I started figuring that out, and I did figure something out, that was hard, but I'm glad I did because it ties into the conflict and everything, and I think 100% made the story better. Yomi also was started out as almost more of like a symbolic character, and she still is, but she I think with the way her trajectory goes, I think people are gonna actually both. Okay, between Ragna and Yomi, I have a hard time picking. Probably Ragna, because she changes the most drastically. Yomi doesn't change that much, but she goes on to change other people, and I think people will love her because of her the effect she has on other people, and just she's someone that starts from nothing, and she starts out the story as a slave, but she does a lot later on. Ragna does it almost well. She changes a lot throughout the story, and like her ups and downs, and she took a lot of work as well because originally it was beacon on spoilers, no spoilers.
No spoilers.
No specifics, but I probably think it's probably Ragna because
Okay.
with
Very
the
cool.
yeah. I can't say more without spoiling things, but it's just
Because
because she
of
changes the
because
most.
of the boob covers.
And because the boob covers, right? But I'm also pretty. I'm a little I'm very a little proud of, if I may say so myself, of how Ragna and Yomi turned out, and because I'm so annoyed at female characters being written badly, and I wanted to put extra effort into that, and so part of me is like that makes them extra endearing to me because I'm on like a fucking mission to show that this can be done right, and I think Ragna proves that.
Awesome. And she looks very nice on the covers too.
Yes, she does.
Yeah, that the hand cover turned out really good. That's a fun cover.
Oh, thank you.
That cover too is like that could be, John Romita Jr. could draw it and it could be a Spider-Man cover. It would be like an iconic Spider-Man cover, It's like just a cool high concept cover.
Oh, that's high praise. Thank you. I'm trying to go for something that's more story based for the permanent covers.
Lieutenant Hughes says, "I'm currently on Twitter as Lucius Morningstar."
Oh.
That's you!
Hey.
Okay,
Oh.
that's cool, Lieutenant Hughes. I was like, I get the Luciuses mixed up, but that's the one who always retweets and promotes a ton, and which is awesome, I think. So thank you for what you do. And he's possibly working on, we chat in DMs a little bit. I think he's possibly working on his own comic, which is sweet. So we're all looking forward to that. But yeah.
Awesome. I didn't put that together. I was like, Lucius. I guess Lucius is never in chat.
Look who's in the chat too. Lit Dev. What's up, Lit Dev?
Hey, what's up?
In case, I will send you the link, Lit Dev, just in case you're up and hanging. Don't feel like you need to pop in, but people keep coming in, so I'm like, we might keep going. We got 78 people watching. That's we're doing numbers here, people. We're moving. What's it called? We're moving bank. I don't know.
Come here, come hither. Crystal, what about you? Who's your favorite character in The Good Night?
So I would say that it has to be. It's kind of between like Sir Alexander and Queen Belladonna.
Is Belladonna the bad guy?
Yes. Well, yes, she is the bad guy.
Nice. So it's the good guy or the bad guy. They say a really good guy makes a bad guy, or vice versa, something like that.
Yeah, because she starts off like super sweet, like very kind, but just the events and the stuff that kind of unfolds around her makes her a terribly like bitter person by the time that we meet her in present day. And she does a lot of despicable things as the story like progresses, but then we also kind of throw in those bits of where, oh, this is how she used to be. And it's like life just kept hitting her and hitting her, and it just keeps getting worse. So, but you kind of see those moments of how she used to be, but she's for sure, there's not a redemption arc per se. She's just like bad.
Right.
And she loves it. So,
awesome.
Yep.
So like she never regrets being bad, but you see how she got there, and it's understandable.
Oh yeah, she's definitely, she's chilling in it. She loves it now, so
Awesome.
can't go back. And it's also interesting because her people, she's kind of like the last of her kind. And so what she did, there was like a great battle that kind of went on between the dragons and other half-breed creatures. And they basically wiped out her entire race aside from her. But as everybody from her race, they were kind of on either their last breath or, they're going to die in a couple minutes or so. She just kind of absorbs all of their souls to, in a way, keep them alive and kind of keep their knowledge alive. So she has like all of these people inside of her. So that also kind of contributes to her like state of mind, and just some of the stuff that she's doing is kind of crazy, and some of that is because that's another person's action or reaction or thought that's kind of coming into her head. Yeah. And we, in issue 1, we didn't mention it on purpose till issue 2, but we left breadcrumbs. So sometimes her character design, you'll notice like maybe the shape of her eyes change slightly, or her facial structure, stuff like that. And that's because that's other people's features pushing through. Yeah.
All right.
So it's very like body horror, very creepy, but we did it so subtly. But some people picked up on that and noticed that it was kind of changing, and they were curious if that was on purpose or a story element. And in issue 2, we lay out, that's like she's just very freaky, and other people are popping out. So very, very spooky.
Cool. Yeah, I like that backstory.
Yeah. And I mean, I love horror, and body horror specifically is always awesome. So nasty.
It's fun to think of concepts that allow you to do body horror, because you can't always, like, it's hard to even think of when it comes up. And then when you do think of one, you're like, oh, that's good. You can use that. Who's the main body horror guy that everyone talking about? The Cronenberg for movies.
Dude, yes.
Max Santiago says, Narwhal, do you plan to make a website store? I got a buddy who runs an eBay thing, and I'm just going to mail him like 10 of each book, and then we're going to split it or whatever, and he's going to run it. So I will have an eBay store set up, hopefully, in the next few months. Finally, that'll be, because I need something like that, because I have a big backlog now, and not every book is always available with every campaign. And a thing I've kind of realized is, because for a while I would think like, oh, as long as I offer each book once a year, people kind of get their chance and they'll get it. But it's like, that's true, but convenience and how people feel in the moment is also important. And you're losing sales if they get it in their head and they're like, oh yeah, I've been meaning that I want to buy Earthbound, Norwell's first book, and I haven't done that. I'll do it now. And they're like, how do I do it? And like, oh, I can't. I have to wait. And then they forget, and then it comes around and they miss it or something. So if you have the availability when people actually have the inspiration, that helps a lot. So Lucius Morningstar. Here's my first super chat as Lucius Morningstar. Are you telling me Lieutenant Hughes is
That
gone
is awesome.
We lost him. We lost
We
Lieutenant
lost him. He's transformed. He's become
I
a
miss
higher level.
I miss Lieutenant Hughes. Go back. Change back. Just kidding.
No, I like this. I'm less confused this way. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
easily confused.
That's true. I have been kind of keeping up with the chat, but it's going kind of fast. I'm behind right now. Bancroft's here. What's up, Bancroft?
Take
Bancroft,
advantage of it. Everybody
Oh.
sign up for Hotel Story. Go to fetishcomic.com. Back to Kenny. You still back to Good Night?
Yes, on Fund
Yes.
My Comic and on Kickstarter.
Oh yeah, cool. So it's still available. The Good Night
Yeah.
too.
Yep, because
Yeah.
it's closed on Indiegogo, so you can only do it on those two.
Yeah, because it was on all three, so it closed on Indiegogo, but it's still on Kickstarter and Fund My Comic.
Yep.
And you were telling you should pitch again the upcoming graphic novel, because I do like the sound of that a lot too.
Oh. Too funny. Well, it's interesting because, like I was telling you earlier, it takes place sort of before, during, and after some of the events of issue 2 of The Good Night. And it's a graphic novel. It's called VHS Killers. It's been sitting on the shelf completely finished, just kind of waiting for The Good Night to get into people's hands. Lettered, everything, like the file's ready to go. And it's about 2 siblings, they're brothers, and they're also exorcists. And they also happen to have a heavy metal band that started off as kind of like just like a church thing. All the proceeds go to the church and whatnot. And it ended up turning into like a legitimate like band. And so they're doing that, but then they're also performing exorcisms. And yeah, it's interesting. It's a very different format. Like a lot of the shots, it's all singles for the most part. But there are pages with just kind of like very detailed objects and other items. So it's very different. It's not traditional at all. But I mean, it's like an exorcism book, so it'll be wild. Definitely the more stranger book that comes out of mystical comics.
Ooh.
Bancroft says, "What's body horror?"
The Thing.
Yeah, I can answer it sort of too. It's like horror. You can categorize it by what scares you is one way to categorize it. And one of the things that everyone can relate to is your body rotting while you're still alive, or changing, or looking in the mirror and seeing something you didn't recognize the day before, trying to dig it out with a scalpel and pulling it, and it keeps pulling and your whole body unravels. Like that kind of shit is body horror.
That's so nasty. I love it.
Yeah.
There was a scene like that. There's this new horror film, Talk to Me. I recommend it to everybody. It came out recently. It's fantastic. There's like a sort of like body horror-esque scene that happens in there where this younger kid is like getting consumed and it's so disgusting. And it's like a horde type thing. So there's like a ton of like demon-like creatures just like all over him, and it's nasty.
Oh,
Highly
nice.
recommend.
Yeah, I want to see that a lot. I've been waiting. I've been trying to track it down because it didn't come to theaters around here, and it doesn't go where you can rent it until like October or something. So it's very
Yeah,
new.
it's worth it. It's really great, and it's wild because it was so low budget. It was like 10 million, and I believe, and they did two films simultaneously. So they filmed Talk to Me 1 and then the prequel, which will come out not too long, depending on whenever the strike ends, obviously, because you got to market. But they filmed that, so that's pretty cool. So then the sequence that you see at the beginning of the film, that's essentially, from what they were saying, is what the prequel will follow those two brothers, which that seems like an interesting story to kind of figure out the specific device that they're using, how it works, and kind of where it came from in more detail. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, it sounds a lot of times movies like. Did you ever see Mandy? I think it's called Mandy, the Nick Cage one.
Dude, I love that film.
Yeah. So like that one and this one, it doesn't happen that often in horror, but when they hit like super deep lore and world building, and it can be simple. Like it sounds like in Talk to Me, it's just the one hand, but everyone's like, what is it? Where does it come from? It used to belong to someone. Like it was it a demon? What's his story? Where did he come from? Like it gets tons of questions that everyone wants answered. And Mandy was like that too. You're like, what? These fucking demon bikers? What? What's their deal?
Dude, that chainsaw fight was so wild. I absolutely love it. Like, I go to sleep and I think about that. It's so
Nice.
amazing. Like, how awesome would it be to just fight some dude and you have those like giant like logging chainsaws and you're just dueling with that dude? That's awesome. And somebody mentioned Videodrome in the chat. That's a
Mhm.
fantastic movie with Ed Wood as well.
Yep. Michael Rushbrook says, Rini, colors are looking great. The art's
Yay!
looking
Thank
great,
you.
Rushbrook.
Yeah. Great art, Michael.
Nice
Let me
job.
zoom out. Yep, this is Michael's
Yeah,
art.
someone's
That
like,
kind of looked like hentai tentacles there for a minute.
A
oh,
little bit, yeah.
someone was like, that's definitely not Narwhal's art. I'm like, no, this is my comic, but this is Jared and me drawing kind of more his style. But this is like, if you look at this and then you look at this, it's like very different.
Night and day.
Yeah.
Pretty different. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep noodling on this. I'm just detailing now. I think Octo's skin, the guy in the background, needs some more detail. I'm gonna give those pox some red. And then I need to like throw rim light on everything. I don't know, is red a good background color? Because I started out with like purple, but maybe.
I think red goes. You know what's funny? What you just said, I was like, at any point, I'm like, it's done. It looks great, and you just listed off like 4 things you got to do to it before it's done. I think that's funny. That is like you have the vocabulary though. That's something I learned about cooking. I'm actually not that good of a cook, but I've learned that one of the good ways to get good at cooking is to expand your vocabulary, so you just even know what's possible, and
Oh,
then yeah. So anyway, you can do that with coloring.
cool. I didn't even think of that. Hey, orange looks pretty cool.
Lieutenant Hughes says, I will try to be active on both accounts. Thanks, Lieutenant Hughes. Good to have you back, buddy.
Yeah. Now I'm confused again, but that's okay. What do you guys think about orange? I have the opposite problem of like it's I need to let the fuck go with
Oh yeah.
my
Orange
art.
almost makes it look like there's a forest fire in the background.
Mm.
It's a giant pumpkin.
But it looks nice. Red.
Yeah, I almost like orange maybe a little better.
Chris
I like
says
how cohesive.
go with the golden orange is what Chris says in the chat.
Yeah, with sometimes with if I'm at a 50-50 decision and I can't decide and I'm wasting time, then I'm like, it's like either one, because the reason it's such a hard decision is because either would work, and so that means you don't actually need to decide even, but then you still got to pick one. So you'd almost flip a coin.
I think there's always one that works better because it's not just whether it looks good, it's how it's always in relation to other things. Because I mean, I do like tend to just work on things forever, but of course there's a stopping point. But there's so much to consider because right now I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about not just the color palette for the interior pages, but also how this cover will look in relation to the other covers. And I don't want any of the covers to have the same exact color scheme. I have sort of I want a key color for every book. And this might be better because the key colors for 2.5 are blue and orange. And chapter 2 is already red. It's like red everywhere. And the cover is really red on both the campaign and the permanent cover. So that's sort of what I'm thinking.
That's
But I
cool.
will take your feedback, everybody.
That'll look good on a shelf when they're all next to each other.
Mm-hmm. What's chat saying?
Holy Hand Grenade says choose the one that your eye prefers. Stop asking around.
Oh, I mean, I'm going to do what I want at the end. I just, I like to be open to feedback.
Do a poll, and you have to go with what they say.
Oh no, I would never do that. That's a trap. They're gonna vote to like make it. I don't know,
something
fucking,
trolly.
yeah, something stupid.
I know that's what I would do.
Yeah, it's all in good fun too. But chat wants to. We're here to be fucked around.
Chat wants chaos.
Yeah, chat wants chaos, and that's fine.
That's what I would want.
Isn't there some color that doesn't exist in real life? Like, is it violet or something? Do you guys know about that?
Doesn't exist in real life?
Yeah, it's like our brain creates it. Because
I like this orange. Yes.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's whatever the color spectrum. There's a color to connect it to make it a circle, because it's a ribbon is the way the spectrum of light really works and how we see it. But to connect, you can kind of connect the beginning and the end, but you need a little link color to do it that doesn't exist, and that's violet. And so our brains create violet so that it can be a ring where everything connects rather than a ribbon.
Oh, interesting. So it's like it doesn't exist? I don't know. Really? Is that how it's explained? I gotta look that up. I don't know anything about that.
Let me see if I can even find a little something about it. Yeah.
I mean, there are obviously colors that we can't see outside of the rainbow. Like, our vision is limited, which I think is pretty cool. Imagine being able to see a color of the Actually, that does happen. Some people have like an extra color rod in their eyes and they can see colors and most people can't.
Magenta is the color that doesn't exist. It's not violet, it's magenta.
Magenta. Huh. What? What the fuck, biology? It's too complicated for me. Too much fuckery. What am I doing? This letter isn't working. So magenta doesn't exist.
Yeah. Here, I'll even pull up the site. The other thing I was thinking as I was reading it, I'm like, because they're talking about the physics of light or whatever, and it's when we look at stuff, we're actually looking at the color, the one color that that isn't absorbed by the object. So it's like the one color that's rejected. It's the one color that the object isn't, and that's what we see. Because it'll be every color except for one. That's the one it shoots back, and that's what we see. But yeah, so whatever. Here, I'll read it out loud just for a second. The color that doesn't exist, magenta. Crap, this was one of my favorite hats, and now you're telling me it's not really here. The dog says that.
That's cool.
A little wiener.
That's cute.
Magenta. What color is that? It isn't violet and it isn't purple. And why isn't it in the rainbow? Doesn't the rainbow contain the whole color spectrum? The short answer is that magenta doesn't actually exist. Well, none of the colors actually exist, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Magenta doesn't exist in an additional way. Now that's real commitment to not existing. Your eyes contain 3 kinds of cone cells whose job is to detect certain wavelengths of light. One of these sees only blue, another sees only green, a third sees only red. There are no cone cells to see yellow, purple, orange, or any of the other colors. Mix any 2 colors in the spectrum and you get the color in between. Keep in mind that we're mixing light waves, not paints, inks, or dyes. Mix green light and blue light and you get cyan, the color in between. Mix red light and green light and you get yellow, again, the color in between. Here's what's happening. The wavelength of yellow light is close to green and it's also close to red. So both your green and your red cones send partial signals to your wonderful, amazing brain. It somehow realizes these light waves are in between the wavelengths of red and green, and bingo, you see yellow. Now take a look at the extreme ends of the spectrum where the shortest wavelengths are blue and longest are red. If your cones are sending a partial signal and your red cones are sending a partial signal, this should mean you're seeing the color in between blue and red, right? That's up here, I guess, like it's this purpley and dark red, like what is here to here, they're saying, this imaginary thing. Partials, red, right? But green is between blue and red, and the eye has dedicated cones for seeing green. What your brain sees in this instance is magenta, a completely imaginary color. If your brain had a name for magenta, it would probably be the absence of green. Okay. And then anyone can look into it more on their own if they want.
Oh, it's just like how printing or RGB works. How there's only red, green, and blue dots in the computer and CMYK in printing, but you just kind of mix those together to create an illusion of the full spectrum.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I guess that's like how our eyes work too. They said we got cones, and then I heard something in there. It's like we have 3 cones. And they say like there are certain animals have like 5 cones or 7 cones or whatever. That's like kind of cool.
No, I think it goes up to 4. Some women have like an extra cone or something. And it's only it's only women for some reason. Ooh, yeah, I don't know.
That's how
I wonder what the point of
they
that
can tell if you're lying or not or whatever.
Well, there's a biological reason because women have better color vision, and it's probably from being gatherers, looking at fruits, and like men have better peripheral and motion vision because they're hunters, and women have better color vision and better smell too.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Makes sense. Yep, it all makes sense. We're still cavemen. Yeah, we really haven't changed that much. I love that kind of stuff, though. I love finding out about all these little things. It's like biology is real, guys, and it's pretty cool. The world makes sense once you understand these things.
Yep. By the way, 87 people watching. Thanks everyone for being here. Fiendish Doc and The Good Night 2 on Kickstarter and Fund My Comic and sign up for my mailing list. That's the 3 cones right now.
Yes.
Supporting comics.
Yeah, the 3 cones on this stream. Yeah.
3 canonicals.
Canonicals. Let's pretty up this Pocky face. I'm ready for this Pocky face. This guy's supposed to have a skin disease. I feel like I could have pushed it more, but oh, whatever. It's pretty gross,
yeah.
though, right? It's just, you know.
Some body horror.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, there's some body horror in Fiendish.
Yeah,
So,
Fiendish has some of the cool, like, elder demons kind of stuff. Tentacly, freaky dudes.
yep. Yep, I can't wait to reveal all the lore behind it. That's the thing about writing a mystery. There's so much I just can't talk about. It's like, it's important. But you'll eventually find out. Yeah, I can speak on this guy. I mean the skin disease thing is just sort of it's a reason for him being an outcast, and we meet him as like a reclusive hunter, and he's an outcast from society. Don't know how much of his background we're going to explore because it's not really relevant to the main story, but he was Casimir's hunting master for a while. And you'll find out in 2.5 how that relationship happened, and find out a bunch of other cool stuff about Casimir's backstory. I'm very excited. Skull Eater says, I thought you looked like a bad guy. Well, you know, I read 2.5. I think a lot of people will. It'll probably be like 50-50. It's one of those characters, right? Like, was he a bad guy or was he just harsh?
Oh, yeah, like my soccer coach when I was a kid.
Yeah. We've all
I
had
guess
those relationships.
my dad told me this, but I didn't know this. But my soccer coach, I had two, and one was like kind of nice and lovely, and he's my best friend's dad, and I still know him and hang out with him. The other guy, he passed away from cancer tragically, like a while ago now, like 15 years ago. But he was a lot more controversial, but we all still loved him. Like as your coach, you kind of build a pretty big bond. But he was a very much like whatever, like love versus hate type coach or something, where the praise, if he praised you, it felt so good, and if you did bad, he'd kind of yell at you, and it felt so bad. But he said once, my dad reminded me, and he said there was a big controversy, and the parents were like almost trying to get him fired or whatever because it was after a game, and he yelled at all the kids. He's like, "You guys played like, oh, what did he say? You guys played like a bunch of faggots at a weenie roast."
Very old school.
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious. I had a math teacher that would routinely tell us to throw ourselves in the trash can or jump out the window. Fond memories of going to school in Asia. In elementary school, they would still smack our palms with rulers.
See, I think we should bring that back. Just
That's not
bit.
so bad.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of like beating children.
Have you seen some of these videos from inside of schools? They're crazy.
Oh my god, it's like it's just fucking wild land.
Yeah, like it's like the kids fighting and the parent and the teachers don't even know what to do. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
But they can't do anything because if they do anything, the parents will freak out. Like, you can't do this, not my kid. It's like children need discipline.
Like there's detention.
There's detention. I mean, clearly these parents haven't been parents. So if you're in this situation, like I just don't understand. These parents won't discipline their children, and then if the school disciplines their children, they get mad. So you just want to raise someone that's either a nuisance to society or a complete failure because they never learn to regulate their own behavior and discipline themselves. I don't really understand that.
I think part of the problem too is sometimes it's not even the parents. It's that the school's not communicating with the parents about how their child is acting one at school.
Mm.
Because I've noticed some of that going on. Like the parents are genuinely doing their job, and all they're seeing is when their kid is at home and how they act. But sometimes kids, or like anybody, could just flip a switch when they're in a different environment.
Yeah.
And so it's good to communicate when issues are going on at school and kind of get the vibe from the parents.
Yeah, there was one story going around the past few days from like libs of TikTok is where I saw it, but it was a school getting sued by the parents because the school didn't tell them that the girl wanted to be a boy, and the school kind of clandestinely transitioned her without telling
No,
the
that's some shady stuff. I don't agree with that. Like, dude, parents need to know,
Yeah,
they need to be in the know.
yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, that I've heard that kind of story, especially with the transgender stuff multiple times. And it's so weird. Um like the parents wouldn't know, as in like the parents should, even if not even about the politics, like the parents have the final say. It's their children. Some of these schools want to act like the children belong to them instead.
And that's so creepy when they
Yeah.
act like that, because there needs to be boundaries, and you need to understand that you are like guiding and shepherding other people's children. And it's good to keep that boundary in there where you know that that's their children and you're respecting that. And it feels like a lot of times they keep forgetting that, and they're like, oh, these are my kids, whatever. It's like, no, you're entrusted with other people's children, and you need to take that seriously.
Yeah. This shit worries me. I'll probably homeschool if I have kids.
yeah. I kind of like daydream about that, about homeschooling my kids.
It's probably for the best. I mean, I think even without all the weird public school stuff going on, it's probably for the best, really. Because with the way I grew up, I mean, Asia is very different, and it's almost like too much discipline and too much constraint. It was really harsh. So you can go too far either way, and I think school actually damaged my relationship with my parents, because it's like school is this thing that makes you there. It functions like they want to mold you into a little soldier for generating a salary and sitting in an office. And if you're not good at that, then they like make your parents' life's hard. They make your life hard, and it's just like shitty. And it's not about educating the child. I see that happen a lot. We're not helping the child reach their full potential.
And
Yeah,
I mean, they even have taken out like a lot of things that I feel are important in school. Because for the most part, I was homeschooled. I probably had like 5 years in total in the public school system. But when I was there, they had like home ec, and they had all of these other helpful things. Like they teach you, how to balance a checkbook, how to write a check, how to take care of a baby, how to hold them, how to cook food, how to follow a recipe, like stuff like that. That's super helpful, like everyday stuff that
hmm
you'll be using. And it's like now most people my age, I'll talk to them. Like you go over their house, they can't cook diddly squat. Like they're burning rice. They're burning like mac and cheese,
What?
like from a box, or like ramen noodles. And
yeah.
it's like,
I'm
that's so
offended.
disgusting. Like I can't eat at your house. I'll just
Mm.
come to talk. But it's like basic things like that. They can't even make a cake from scratch. Like nothing. And that just is so like sad that it's just gotten this far. And I mean, even people can't, like, just the balancing the checkbook. is crazy. Like there's some people who can't keep a single dollar in their account, and it's so heartbreaking. That's just not a way to live. And like when I was getting out of school, like they were doing away with home ec. So it's
Look who's here real quick. Dan Lawless, what's up?
Hey guys, how are you?
Hi, Dan.
pretty good.
Yeah, this conversation. Oh my gosh, it's so true. It's so true.
Yeah.
What about retirement savings? I keep wondering.
Dude, yeah.
I almost like
Stop.
we do these artist seminars and stuff and talk about art, but I almost feel like there needs to be a show about finances because you gotta have retirement savings. You just gotta have it. And I just have a funny feeling that nobody does, or few people do.
Unfortunately, that's why you'll see people that are retirement age and they're still out there working at like like a Wendy's or a receptionist job, just like stuff like that, because they don't have what
They didn't
they
save
need.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think people understand what you need to retire. You need kind of like $1 million. Just honestly, it's about
Like
that.
it also depends on whether or not you paid off your house, your car,
Yeah,
other expenses, and if you do, how much is the taxes on your land, etc.
exactly. Yeah, I
How
mean,
much
different parts of the country,
electricity for a year.
different parts of the country you're going to have different issues. But yeah, you got to save and save early, right away. When you guys are young, man. So
Yeah, and most people aren't saving, because I was in the Air Force for a bit, and in basic, it's like you get right out of basic training, and then you go into tech school, and people were just dropping money like crazy. It's like full back tattoo, full sleeve, this, that.
yeah,
Oh, just got a new car, new sports car. Just
yeah.
got new Nikes, and it's like, are you saving any of that money? Oh, it's okay. I've got like 5 like credit cards, and you're like, whoa, dude. Whoa. And then they're also going to the club. They're eating out. It's like
Yeah, eating out. It's a lot of
far exceeded your paycheck.
we still, my wife and I, we still clip coupons. We're really frugal. I've owned one new car in my life. Most of the time I drive used cars. That's how you save some money too. It's like those, you get rid of your house payment, you get rid of your car payments, then you can start to save, So
Yeah.
that's why I got out of comics too. I was making $400 a week. That's like 20 grand a year. And I was like, I can't raise a family on 20 grand a year. Not going to happen, So then I went into advertising and storyboards and stuff like that, and I'm still there. Only reason I'm looking at comics again seriously is because these, the crowdfunding has, suddenly given you potential to actually make a living at this thing. So there's a possibility, anyways. At least it's there. But still, man, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've asked a few guys I know in the business, and they're like, how you making a living there? I knew a buddy living in California, and he's like, well, my wife has got a good job. It's usually the answer.
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, I don't know.
Yep.
So, anyways, grim topics. I was just watching some 9/11 stuff. I usually do that every year, but this year it just like, I don't know, just like I can't watch this stuff anymore.
Too much, yeah.
It's so grim, and also
Very heartbreaking.
What's also heartbreaking is the change in our country, kind of the way it's moved from. Because I remember that time really well, and I remember being at a Kinko's, and it just felt like everyone in that Kinko's, whatever their race, gender, it didn't matter. We were all like Americans at that time. It was so unified. I never saw the country so unified ever than that time, before or since. American flags everywhere. And since then, it's been divided so horribly,
And a lot of that is people tainting the well and trying to start stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's horrible. So so that's part of the pain now. When I watch that stuff, it's like to see not only was it horrible, but nothing really good came out of it. Truly, for the unification of the country, you know, we lost that, whatever that was. It feels like that, anyways. I don't know. Maybe they're you know, the powers that be want us to kind of think that, but
Exactly, because there are a lot of, true blue patriots or just people that, care about the country.
yeah, ordinary
And
people.
they're
Yeah.
not worried about the division that some are trying to, insert into everything.
Yeah,
But it's
yeah.
just like those few that keep repeating it daily. Sometimes you have to remember that it's literally just a couple oddballs online, and
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not the
It's
majority.
politics. The politics is the name of the game
But
of
it's
politics is
draining, for
demonizing
sure.
the other guy, you know.
Yeah.
So that's what they want to do, which is really awful because it's, I think social media is amplifying it for sure, you know.
100%.
But I was surprised actually when I got on social media what people who I thought a certain way didn't think that way. I'm like, ooh, there's no, especially in the arts. So like, I'm kind of conservative. These guys, holy shit.
And it's not even that there's a different viewpoint. It's how people are when they're communicating with others. Because, you can agree to disagree and go
Yeah,
about
that's
your day like normal, but people want to act like just because you have a different view on something, that
yeah,
you're like an enemy all of a sudden.
yeah. Well, that's politics. Every
Hmm.
TV ad is just the other guy's the devil, you know. So,
Yeah.
anyways, yeah. But it's kind of hard to watch that stuff now. Besides,
Yeah,
of course, being horrendously grim.
there
You
was
know, you
some
want to
people
share your
who-
stuff? I'll be right back. Sorry.
Okay. There were some people tweeting like January 6th was just as bad as 9/11. And I was
Yeah.
like, shut the fuck up.
Dude, no, those people, no. Just
No, there were no people jumping from buildings and
and that's
gigantic buildings coming down and
because there were
hell.
people that put their lives on the line to
That's
save other people who were like, I'm going to go in there to save people and it doesn't matter the cost. And it's so sick and so nasty that someone would even think about comparing the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan, what are you working on tonight? I already asked you that.
I am coloring Andy Smith's core draft. Well, it's Andy Smith's core draft, but it is Bud Root's 4-page story.
Oh, cool.
So
Bud Root, he's an artist working with Mike Barron. Is he also a writer? Or am I
I don't know. It could
maybe
be.
he's not a writer. I mean, not artist. No,
I'll have to find it here. I was just organizing my desktop to come on the show. I can't find anything. Oh, shit. But maybe I'll have to do a search here.
Ooh. I might have to run and grab a snack here, so I'll be right back too. So, chat, just hang loose and back these books. Sign up for these mailing lists, unless you're a bot. Bots are welcome.
Hey, before you go, can you share my screen? Hang on a second. Then I can show this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so then I can bring it into.
Oh yeah, nice. Ooh, yeah, that's looking amazing.
Well, it's just flatted, really. You know, the interesting thing is, and this is my problem with coloring, is I overdo it a lot. and at first, and I may have to go back and dial back colors. Let me get rid of this these lines here, and
Yeah, like that fish in that first panel is fully rendered, right?
yeah, that's sort of done. But see, that's my issue is it overdone? Watch when I turn off the The
Yeah,
color.
because it looks
See,
amazing.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
see, it's really, it's really impressive. Now, the question is, did I overdo it? That's my always my thing. Because I get something, I'll just be like, oh, I'm gonna render the heck out of it. I'm gonna, you know,
I
yeah.
think it works because it's kind of otherworldly. So I think it almost makes it a little bit
yeah,
more creepier because it's so detailed.
yeah. It's realistically rendered. But I have to see, like, I'll have to do the whole thing first, and then see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
the,
yeah,
o- the
that's
only
kind
thing
of done. That guy.
the only thing I would think is if you do that guy so awesome, then you're like, crap, do I have to do the entire
Well,
book?
it's just 4 pages. That's why I
Yeah,
thought I'm just going to go nuts with it. I want to see Andy get to 100K. He's done a bunch of campaigns, hasn't got to 100K yet on any of them. So, and this one's cool. So
yeah,
that
totally.
creature's kind of done. So now I'm going to try to see how I do the women.
Right? Where is he at right now? Is he at 80 or something? Or?
90.
Okay, 90. Awesome.
He's over 90.
Yeah,
So.
he'll get there. But this will help a lot, actually. Cool. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Let's see. I have. I'll show you kind of what two things that I've done of this character Lilith. So you can kind of see how I will render her.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a trading card,
Oh, nice.
and then the cover.
I always love the baddies with the wings. They're pretty cool.
Yeah. Why is that? The Batwing lady, whatever. It's kind of cool.
I don't know. I think it's like leads back to like pulp comics. Like I'm thinking Vampirella, stuff like that. Sometimes they draw her with kind of like bat wings.
Yep. But I'm saying, why that motif? Why does that work? It's interesting.
I think I don't know. Almost
Is
like
it
a
got to do with
succubus type
like
thing.
the bad girl? I mean, this is the ultimate
Mhm.
bad girl.
Yep.
I mean, your girl's got bat wings. She's probably, not going to be dull anyways.
Exactly.
So, anyways, yeah. So these turned out pretty well. I'm going to try to render them just like this, so. Budroot gives me, it's like when I get a good drawing like this, like all the work's done. I just got to follow in his direction. He points me in the right way, and it's kind of fun. That's why it's kind of fun to color. That's why I colored Aaron's Lepresti's Garbage Man story. Same thing. It's just kind of like it's fun to kind of if you can team with artists like Aaron Lepresti or Andy Smith, where they're kind of, or Budroot, where they draw basic realism. That's where I shine, and so it's a lot of fun to kind of work with them. And just like working with a friend too, so it's kind of neat too.
Awesome.
In that realm.
And where can people get the comic right now? I think I saw Indiegogo link.
Yeah, Indiegogo and has both Wraith of God, the latest one from Aaron, and Kordrath, the latest one from Andy. But it may be shadow banned, so you might have to go to their Twitter and follow a link directly to it. Shadow ban means if you go to Indiegogo, type the Kordrath in, nothing comes up. It's unbelievable. It's really nasty.
That's happening to quite a few creators, and
lot
that's
of them.
pretty sad.
Yeah, it's really awful. It's
Because I mean, you have no clue what the parameters are for getting
They're not-
shadow
no one's-
banned either.
they're not talking to anybody, Crystal. It's just rotten. But I just don't like. I hate this. This whole cancellation thing is just terrible to me. How they're treating people and creators and.
Because I mean, I'll see like other books that are basically just TNA, and I mean, I love a good TNA book, but some of those, it's like that's not shadow banned, but something very mild is shadow banned. So it's just I have no clue.
Well, I think the enemies are writing to these companies, and the enemies of Comicsgate are writing to these companies and saying, this is horrible, this is sexist, and they just don't want to deal with it. They're just like, you know what, we don't want this bad PR for our company, and and they get rid of whoever's making the trouble, basically. So they know how to do it. They're good at it. And but in the end, you just got to work around it. And the fact that if you do get shadow bans, that's evidence that you're doing something right, probably. So at least in my book, it is. So, anyways, these are, this is the. That's when I'm gonna try to render her like this. So on this shot, see how it goes. It's kind of funny. I start on these coloring these things, and I'm like going at it, and all of a sudden, like, oh, I'm done. Like it just sort of keeps molding and rendering, and oh, that doesn't suck. So how's your response to the good night?
Pretty
People
good.
enjoying it?
Yes, I believe so. From what I've seen, yeah, all good.
Is this now you're writing it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and who's your artist? Are you
He
doing
is
any art?
Francisco Narde. He basically starts out on canvas. He used about anything to get a texture. And we kind of work together in Photoshop and get it cleaned up. It's kind of like a painterly style. I mean, he'll use
I've seen it, of course.
charcoals, watercolor. He's, glued sand onto the canvas and all sorts of wild stuff. We've even put like fabric directly onto the canvas too.
Hey,
for
anything
some
that
character costumes.
hey, that anything that works doesn't matter.
And that's why it's such a interesting looking comic, because it's just very, very different in the way that we're kind of going at. We play with a lot of negative space too, so you'll just kind of have like panels and just like a ton of white space around it. So it's very much an experimental book, but I absolutely love it.
Is this your first
this
comic
is
book?
Second.
Okay.
Second, and it's weird because I'm a script doctor as well as a ghostwriter. So I've done a couple of books actually for big two artists, writing wise when they get behind. I've done a couple of those too. So it's weird because when you're a script doctor, you almost never get credited. They say that you need to change 31% of a script in order to get credited. But what they do is that you're always kind of gypped out of credit because they'll bring somebody else in. They edit just enough so you don't get the 31% or whatever it is now. And then that guy will have somebody come in, and basically only the last person at the end of the line gets credit.
Oh, now is this comics or movies? Or
I mostly TV is
TV?
what I do primarily, but I will ghostwrite for just about anything. I've done a couple of novels, mostly TV and film, but I've done a couple of comics. So yeah, it's interesting. I started out like right out of high school doing that, and then it's like now I'm kind of at a point to where I have kind of taken a pause with all the writer strike stuff, and it's like you basically look at your portfolio and you open it up and it's empty. Because everything that I do is like NDA or ghostwriting. I can't talk about it, so it's like I really don't. I'm basically just literally a ghost. So it is what it is. You get paid very well, but nobody knows who you are. So that's kind of the trade-off.
And how long have you been doing that?
Since 2014.
Okay. Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. So script doctor is a little more. It's like an editor. Just they just said, all right, here you're not just the editor. You got to fix this.
No, sometimes, dude. Like now, what's supposed to happen is that they give you a script. You kind of work off it. I've gotten to where it's like, here's some like just very raw notes. Now make this happen. I've seen all sorts of stuff. It's wild.
Cool. Interesting.
I
And
love
so
it.
I'm curious
Somebody's
then,
like,
what brought you into writing? What is your when did you know you wanted to write and that you're good at it?
I think it was fairly young. I enjoyed film. My parents would always bring us to the theater. Absolutely loved just about everything that I could get my hands on. Horror films specifically, stuff like Evil Dead, The Exorcist. Absolutely love it. Anything Alfred Hitchcock, really.
Oh yeah, I just
So
brilliant.
I would, yes, dude. And
What's
so
your
my
favorite Alfred
dad,
Hitchcock?
ooh, I'd have probably it's it's tough because I love Psycho, but Vertigo is it's pushing. Um, the rear
I think
window.
Rear Window would be Rear Window's mine. I also like Vertigo though. I thought they were good both, but they're all good. But just the
Yep.
I think I don't know. There was something that hit me about Rear Window where he's sort of seeing all this stuff. It was just an
Mhm.
interesting premise, that I
The
kind of like
character
sometimes when they
study.
do a story where it's just he's just in this room all the time and just watching
Mhm.
this stuff going on. That was
Yeah.
very fascinating.
Such voyeurism. And that's interesting now too because you have people watching other people more than ever before, I feel, because people are watching kind of the persona that people put out on social media. They're watching what their neighbor's doing. They're monitoring what their best friend is doing, what their boyfriend, husband, etc. Like they have access almost 24/7 now, and they're just like, I think they call it like doom scrolling. They're just constantly like scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. And then by the time that you look at the clock, it's like, oh, like 3 hours have passed, and I've just been doing nonsense and not getting any of my goals for the day accomplished.
Yes. Yeah, I do. Done plenty of my share of that. That's right. You know what it kind of reminds me of, like Rear Window and all that stuff, and what you just said too. It's have you read much of the Spirit or Will Eisner's comics?
Yes.
And that's kind of a lot. I felt like with his stuff, it was sort of this slice of life, little drama stories, that he put together, and really interesting stuff, really.
Mm-hmm. Because Darwin Cook did a couple, his take on that, and that was really good.
Yep. Yeah, I wonder who has the rights on that. I wonder if that's going to be a public domain character.
That's a good question.
Is there like a dog sniffing a microphone? Can you guys hear that?
Nope.
It sounds like this. It sounds like
Is that me? Am I breathing?
No, it might be my mic. There's like dudes drilling outside, like a pipe burst in the neighborhood. So that might possibly, because they're outside right now
Try
drilling.
muting yourself for a second.
yeah, that breathing stopped. It's the demon right behind you, Crystal. You gotta watch.
Oh, something over your shoulder. Okay, unmute yourself.
Yeah, I know.
You're
Come on,
good.
coming back. I
That
left
is
to get a
great.
snack, and then we got up to 95 viewers, and then I came back and we went down to 80. So we get more viewers when I'm gone.
How funny is that?
Oh, I should show you this one thing. One of my favorite stories. I don't know if you've ever seen it, you guys. It's a Will Eisner story in the Spirit, but it's not the Spirit character. But darn it, I know I'm gonna have to see if I can find it here somewhere. I don't remember what I titled the thing.
I love that people in the chat are asking if I'm possessed for lore purposes.
Well, you're about to be apparently with this demon on your shoulder here.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Let me see if I can. I might be able to remember what I call this file. All right, I got it. But I have to arrange it. Okay, this whole comic book is built around sound. This is the first page. And I think it's so clever and so interesting. If you want to, if you're a young person trying to expose yourself to good storytelling, Will Eisner could do it for you. Mm-hmm. I want you to go find this comic book and read it, but so I won't tell you the whole thing, but it's based on sound. Wait a minute, that's too big. Hang on a second. And so throughout it, he's got things like the ticking of this watch and stuff, and he's working late, and this guy's working on a vampire story. He leaves, and you start hearing all the noises, and it's sort of freaking him out. So this is one of those stories where it's just in one guy in a room for the whole. What was it? 6 pages here. And it gets creepier. It gets creepier and creepier and creepier. And you see it's like this creak, Right. Just us creaking outside and stuff. So finally he picks up his T-square. I love that. Somebody out there, So it's a great story. This is the hang on a second. This is the comic it's in, I believe. So check it out if you want to see something really interesting. Maybe I'll show you one more page of this because it's so awesome. So he's like, "Who's there?" Honk, honk, drip, drip, hisses. Nobody. Just my imagination. Why am I sweating so? I don't have to answer the phone. Ring, ring.
I really love the use of just the lettering.
Yes.
Emphasize the sound.
Exactly. So
I feel like that's so underutilized now.
Yeah, totally. And this is, it's what comics can do that's unusual that you can't do in other mediums. You have the words, have the thoughts, and build up a drama like this. So that's all I'm going to show. There's a couple more pages, 3 more pages to this. But he builds it up and he makes a complete story out of it. And that's the thing too, is some comics today, they don't even have a story.
Yeah.
That's most of what comes out of the big two. Just dudes at coffee shops or chicks at coffee shops. And it's like, I don't know if that's the best use of our time.
I saw an interview. If you guys ever see the Masters of Comic Book Art video, where it features a lot of the guys like Jack Kirby and Frank Miller and Will Eisner is one of the guys, and he says that he thinks of music when he's writing these stories, and I think that's a great way to think of it. Kind of every page has a rhythm and a sound and a pace and a beat. And it builds to a crescendo, and it has an ending. It's like that's what you really need to do, I think, in a story. And I don't think people are doing that today very much.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just not paid enough. I would guess that's part of it.
I'm sure that is a part.
I mean, if you're just you're getting paid peanuts, it's like you're just gonna check it out and hopefully get it. I worked at Marvel on your title. That's what they're looking for probably.
They used to have a full story in just 20 pages or 22 or whatever.
Yep.
Now they definitely don't do that anymore.
They don't. And they don't have anything on the cover that tells you what's in the book, too.
Yeah.
Not even just an action sequence in the comic in general.
Exactly. And
that might be helpful to sell some issues.
It would. It's I think the pinup's great for the first issue. That's fine. But when your subsequent issues, I think you should have probably something to sell. Hey, this is what's going to happen now. It's different. It's not the same thing. But it seems like they, the variant covers,
Oh, dude, no, that is so aggressive and gimmicky. It's just crazy because what was it? There's like a Wolverine and the Predator crossover, I believe, that came out recently, and it was like that had 7 to 9 covers, and it's just like I don't know if that needs 7 to 9 covers,
no.
or even worse, you'll see it's like 40 different covers, like not even joking, and that's
I've heard of that
insane.
stuff.
Yeah.
And it's for like a issue 2 or something like that. Issue 2 does not need 40 covers.
Yeah.
That's just insane.
Well, it tells you the thing is, like, you really, I feel like if you're going to, because I've been asked to do covers and I'm like, what's the story about? Tell me something about it. And they don't, they don't really tell me much. And I'm just like, well, if you really want me to, because this is the new media today, is you just don't draw, don't just hire me to do a cover. I'm going to be out here talking like I'm talking about Core Draft right now, because that's, I'm pushing that. So I got to know what's going on. I'm coloring. It's not as essential. I know what's going on with the story, but it's good to have your team really on board and really ready to sell this stuff, because you got to get them excited first. That's the first step, or each other. Us guys, when we're talking, we're meeting on these chats and stuff, knowing what the other person's doing, getting, and like I said, it's easy for me to push Reni's story because she gave me the script and I read it and I then I got into it. I'm suddenly invested in it. So it's easy to do when you really see this stuff and you go, wow, I really like this. Now I'm kind of almost like a fan now doing something. That's why, like with
Like
Aaron,
good word of mouth.
yeah. Well, with Aaron's the Presties, Garbage Man is like, I'm like, I wanted to show more, but he didn't want to show him much because there's a lot of reveals in it. But I'm just like, you guys got to see this. I'm really that excited by it. So
Cool. When does he launch Garbage Man?
that's going to be part of the Wraith of God campaign. So you get that. You get Garbage Man, Kit Carter, and I forget what the other one is. The like the elephant guy or something. I forget. But there's 3 additional stories to his his next Wraith of God story, and it's all included. So it's I think it's like a 100-page book.
Cool.
So yeah, I tell you, the production values too on this stuff. Oh my goodness, it's like, where's this? I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but there's my mini print from Fiendish. That.
Oh, cool.
That I did, and it looks. I tell you, if I brought up the screen thing, I could. It looks exactly like it.
Cool.
It printed those colors printed just the same way my desktop looks. So that was cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's cool. You got your hands in quite a few awesome campaigns.
Yeah, well, that was the idea. Is it kind of was organic, and it came that I really, got on board with all these guys and connecting with everybody, and then they'd say, "Hey, do you want to do a cover?" And I'm like, "Yeah," but I also realized that this is a great way to get to know the audience out there. You have a cover like that Fiendish thing. Now, when I have a comic book, people say, "Oh, that looks great," So he's going to do a whole comic like that. Yeah, and it'll be fun. So at least if I do it, I'm having trouble getting to it, But I want to get a lot of it done before I launch. I don't want to launch before because I want to know how fast I can do it, so I don't disappoint people and that sort of thing,
Yeah.
But anyways, hey, you know what I can show you though is I put this up on social media, but I didn't show anybody yet because it's sort of still secret. But it's the not anymore. But I colored my Conan cover for Chuck Dixon's novel.
Oh damn! Yeah, that's amazing.
Oh yeah, I was drawing it. Remember, I was drawing it on the stream here, you guys. So
Yeah,
Turned out well, I thought. It looks pretty cool.
It's so cool. It's like it is like, for Zeta or Bisley or any of the legends that people talk about, this is just as good or better than that. So
Thanks. Well, this is just, to me, this is classic comics. It's the in the vein of the traditional artists like Dave Stevens or whatever.
yeah.
Basic dynamic realism. That's my approach, is dynamic realism. It's realistic, but it's dynamic.
Oh,
So
okay. Cool.
takes a lot of, I've been at it for 36 years. It's like, so
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. You got a good horse back there too. Everyone that has trouble drawing horses.
horses are a pain in the butt. My horses are better than they were a year ago, just 'cause I've worked at it so hard. But they're so difficult because they're just so strange.
Yeah.
You can't quite understand them. But
Yeah, they're like alien, and you don't know what's wrong.
totally,
Especially if you've never seen a horse in person.
yeah.
It's a little bit different how they move and stuff.
Yeah, have you guys seen
Yeah.
like the medieval drawings of cats, where they're like really bad at drawing cats because they've never seen one?
That's amazing. They have
Yeah,
like odd wrap.
cats are all cats. Not actually. I think lions and tigers are easier to draw than cats.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. House cats are really
Yes,
hard
house
to draw.
cats really tough to get right. There's something about their faces. There's no sort of gnarliness. There's no
Yeah,
because
there's
like
no,
it's
like,
for me it's easier to draw
detail.
like a person like Conan. It is to draw a beautiful woman because he's got it's almost like a road map. I got the cheekbone there. It goes, it kind of measured to the mouth, and it's all kind of like mapped out, like as if you covered it with a grid.
Mhm.
With a person with smooth features, and that's kind of like a cat. They don't have anything gnarly. It's just like you got to kind of get whatever that is that's in a cat,
Well,
together.
cats also have like very particular looks that
Yeah,
they'll give you. And it's almost like a side eye too, like they're looking at you from the side.
yep, yeah. Very
Very
difficult to
interesting
capture.
creatures.
It's one of those things. If you don't just get it just right, man, you know it's not right. But it's tough. I've even like traced cats, to like sketch them and stuff. I'm tracing it, and I still look at it and go, that doesn't look right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
There's that Twitter account called Poorly Drawn Cats, and I'm like, these cats are actually
I've
pretty
seen
well
some of
drawn.
these.
They should change it to be like fastly, simply drawn cats or something. Because I'm like, I think they just trace them half the time, or they're good at getting the proportions are actually fairly correct. But just like a simple line, I'm like, that's all you can do. Nobody knows how to draw cats.
I think it's also like with the nose and just the eyes too.
Well,
The
and you know
cats
what else
also
it is?
can be weird.
It's like something that they actually are really easy to draw if you make them cartoony. But the second and the fact there's a million cartoon cats out there and we all know that in our head, it kind of makes you want to do that while you're drawing realistic. You're like, why can't I just make it cartoony? And you can't, and then so you're just lost.
cats are evil. Prove me wrong, says Squibs. I kind of agree with him.
Dude, sometimes it feels like your cats can see some stuff that's like not even there.
Yeah. Now they could very well be aliens. I think that's a real strong possibility.
Well, that's like didn't different like media have like owls as like aliens, or owls are like seeing something. I'm not quite sure on that, but very otherworldly.
I'm looking at some of this. Thank you, everybody, for these nice compliments. Appreciate it.
Yeah. When did you say this is an actual Conan cover? So is this for like, what is it? What's the company? I forget the publisher.
I don't know exactly the name of the company, but it's I think it's Vox Day, but Chuck's Chuck
Oh, okay.
Dixon.
So it's not like DC or whatever.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no. I think I'm kind of blacklisted there.
Yeah. That's
What are you
cool.
gonna do?
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
That's funny.
What's the story with that, if you don't mind?
This one, this is again, written by Chuck Dixon, and I actually really like this. And I'm a Conan fan. I almost begged Chuck to do. When he came out with his first novel, and I contacted him. I'm like, "Why did you contact me?" Like, I run this Conan page or Facebook
you
page.
are the Conan guy, kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Like, why? Don't you know? I've been trying to get a job, to do some covers for Marvel, and they lost it. I couldn't get anything during that time. Now that's owned by another Titan, and I don't think nothing's happening there. So he's like, "Oh, you want to do it?" I'm like, yeah. So I read a story, and it's great. It's called Caravan of the Damned, and actually, I wanted to show you the because this is the without the logo. But I think I have one with the logo somewhere. Anyways, Conan is attacking these caravans. He's a raider, like in the desert. So he attacks the wrong caravan, it turns out, and it's just all hell breaks loose. And it really tests the sort of the limits of Conan's cunning and physical endurance to this story. People kind of dropping dead as they go, and it's just perfectly constructed, great story. I just loved it. So
Did you say this one's a novel? I guess-
shorts, yeah. It's not a large novel though.
Oh, cool.
I forget exactly how long it is, but it seems like it's a little shorter than your average novel. Or it didn't take me long to read it. Here's it with one of the possible logos treatments on it.
Yeah, that's amazing. Oh, that's cool.
So I sort of put this on here. Chuck Dixon's logo there. We'll see if they go for this because there are some other logo treatments that I've used. I tend to like big, thick, heavy lettering in logos. Just kind of screaming.
Yeah, I like that lettering too. Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, I feel like that's in comics that's always what I saw and liked. I don't seem to have another lettering treatment here. Let's see. That's just a sketch.
The chat's wondering where Irene went. She fell asleep or something. She muted and then never came back. But I'm about to kind of wrap up here. We got 88 people watching. Thanks everyone for hanging out.
I'm
but
back.
Oh, you're back.
So I forgot to turn my mic back on.
Oh, you were back.
Yeah.
Were you
I'm
talking at all
back.
during?
On and off, and I was like, oh, everyone's ignoring me.
Yeah, it's
You're
funny
like,
when
"Why
that
isn't
happens.
she responding to me?"
Stupid me. Stupid.
That's funny. You've been here the whole time. The chat was like, she's snoring. She fell asleep. She said,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't sleep, don't you know?
Yeah. So yeah, I guess we'll do the full screen share stuff though. So let me just pull up some websites and then we'll
Absolutely.
promote and then get out of here. I think.
Skedaddle.
Mm-hmm. First, go to fiendish.com, as we all know,
Whee!
because then you can buy mugs, right? Or no, it's
Yes, you
These
can.
mugs are
buy
very
mugs.
nice.
Oh, they are very nice. Yes, they are awesome. We're having screen sharing problems, but yes, go to fiendishcomic.com. Should I screen share?
No,
Want me to go?
I'm just getting all of them and then I'm gonna screen share.
Okay. Well, in the
So you can-
meantime, hey,
Yeah.
everybody go to fiendishcomic.com. And also, the website is doubling as a sign-up list. Well, I always have an email sign-up on the website, but that is the primary email sign-up for Chapter 2.5 because I'm just compiling like a huge email list that combines the people who have backed Fiendish so far and the people who have signed up through the website. So if you signed up for the Indiegogo campaigns and through the website, I'm just like, okay, you guys all get treats from me for the next campaigns. And I'm not sure what it'll be for 2.5. I really need to get on my shit because I need to launch 2.5 by the end of the month. But we're getting there. So yeah, go to fiendishcomic.com and put your email in that bar, and then the bright red bar on the front page. and you'll get like a trading card or something for free. Yay! Oh, Ronnie Morales said you got Fiendish 1 and 2 today. I'm glad. Thank you for your support. Yay! Here it is.
I pulled it up just as you finished. So.
Yeah, well, I can blab about this forever. You can go and check out all the world building stuff in the About section, read the comic. I have a free preview. There's, of course, a shop with all kinds of cool shit. You can get both Chapter 1 and 2 as pre-orders now. Those will ship in February once I run another print run. And, of course, we have a blog gallery, cover guide, all kinds of cool stuff. And I'll make important updates in the blog as well. So if you want to subscribe to that, you are welcome to. And yeah, thank you very much for pulling that up and having me on.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining and hanging out. This was a fun late night, just chill, whatever, work kind of stream, but got some good chat and good panel randomly pulled together.
Yeah.
Hodgepodge.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Rini, but some people in chat are saying they're having issues signing up on your site, I believe, to like the email list.
What?
Holy Hand Grenade says your site doesn't let me sign up.
That's weird. I've never had anyone say that.
I just thought I'd point that out really quick in case that is a problem to look into.
Okay. Well, I'll pay attention to that. Holy Hand Grenades. If you back Fiendish 2, then you're already on my email list. So, but if you want me to check, then you can give me an email. Maybe it did sign you up, but the notification just didn't show. So, I got you. Just let me know. Oh, look who came in at the last minute.
Fine.
Yeah, last minute. Are we closing down?
We're literally going like
You're so
5 more minutes.
Yeah.
That's fine. I wasn't gonna stay for long anyway. Listen, somebody took a while to send the link, so don't blame
Well,
me.
I thought you were Wizard Slave. I'll add you to Wizard.
No, I knew it was gonna happen because I knew Narwhal was gonna be like, "Oh, you have the link. If not, I'll send it to you." So I go, "I don't have the link." And didn't check the chat. So I was like, "Okay." And then you started talking about like film and stuff. I'm like, "Oh, that's great, man."
And you're vibing, and then you forgot about the
I saw Vaughn in the chat talking about film. I'm like, oh, he's having a good time.
Yeah, no, I was vicariously, living for you guys, I guess. No, so that was cool. And Core Draft looks great. And, Dan, you did a cover for that, right?
I colored it. I colored.
This is colored inside. Dan.
Yeah, I colored that cover and the Lilith, the Bat Lady, whatever. It actually might be down there. Now I'm coloring in the process of coloring that too. I actually colored a lot. I colored a bunch of the trading cards, and there was another sort of game cover that I colored. So
Cool.
So they're a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I didn't color the comic book itself. That was I was thinking of it, but then I had Aaron's to color his Garbage Man, so I kind of had a conflict of interest. I had to pick one. I bet I already had committed to Andy's. Aaron's. So I colored that one, not that one.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is great.
I think a little farther down is the Lilith.
Oh,
there it is. That's the other one I colored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, you colored that. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I remember that was Bud's cover. Bud's cool, dude.
Oh yeah. Well, Bud's a great artist, and so the work's all done. Nope, I just have to follow it. So it's that was fun to do.
Yeah, so this is almost at 1,500 backers, almost at 90K, getting real close to 100K. It's got to get there. We got to get it there. So
yeah. Well, actually, it's got to get there to get that 4-page Bud Root story. So that's the stretch goal. So I think I can do it. It just especially if I can really, Bud and I can really put together something good. That might push it just over the edge,
Yeah.
So
yeah.
But it's an exciting story. It's like Conan-esque kind of thing. It's guy's village gets slaughtered, and now he and this girl Adriana have to avenge it and solve the mystery of what happened. So it's pretty brutal. It's pretty bloody, but it's not PG Conan at all. So But it'll be
I'm always
intense.
down for a good sword and sorcery comic. So
Mm. Yeah,
Yeah.
that looks good.
Yeah, I'm excited to read it. So
Yeah, and it's Andy's buddy, the writer, is like,
Dennis is great.
yeah, he's awesome, and he's like super nerd, genius guy or
yeah,
whatever.
Dennis is a big Dungeons and Dragons player his whole life, I believe, and he's really into the gaming, and so he's that. I think that really helps you when you're developing all these characters and putting them all together. It's like as you know, Rini, world building.
World building, yes, the magic word.
That's 2 words actually.
No, it's actually one word.
World and build. It's really they made a separate word for.
I write it as one word.
It's world
Problem
building
with
to
that?
make it one word.
Well, I mean, I'd have to, as an editor, let's see if this is grammatically correct. Let me look this up.
Well, fortunately, you're not my editor, so I think we can move on.
You're a loss.
You're fired. Crystal, how about the good night? So I pulled up the GoFundMe.
It is one word. All right.
Yeah, this is like supported on GoFundMe. Or
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
on my
I was
comic.
wrong.
On my
A very rare occurrence, but I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Rub that in. Sorry, Crystal.
Oh, you're good. No
Need to
worries.
rub that in, Siobhan.
I feel you. You're good. But yeah, The Good Knight is a sword and sorcery comic. It follows our cute main little character, who is Sir Alexander. He is a knight of King Arthur's court who has been turned into an adorable teddy bear. But the comic definitely has bite. It is very mature. So don't let the cute little teddy bear fool you. We get into a lot of Arthurian lore. There's a lot of like biblical aspects that we start introducing in this second issue. So check it out. We've got archangels, we've got, some creepy crawlies, giants, a little bit of everything, and dragons. So if you like dragons, there's a ton of a ton of dragons. And a lot more full-scale battles like the one on this page. So
Yeah.
give it a try. I know people were giving the first issue to their kids, and it was mostly just like gore for the most part. But issue 2 does have some tasteful nudity. Nothing that you wouldn't see at a museum, though. So, just be aware of that. Don't give it to your kid this time, please. Thank you. That
Did
is
the parents blame you?
Dude, I've had a couple parents come to me, and it is what it is.
maybe you should put that parental advisory thing on. That could be a
cover.
big
It is
selling point.
at the bottom of the page on the campaign, but issue 2 for sure does have an advisory, just because we have nymphs and stuff, and there's a full page spread, and then there's additional pages. Not too many. It's like less than 6, but it's still enough that it's like, this definitely deserves some additional heads up. So so yeah, they're definitely more spicy in this second issue.
Cool.
So be wary.
Vaughn, what's your mailing list link?
All right, let me pull it up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can just screen share and I'll add it, and we'll get that one. And then 78 people watching. If you're not a bot, then subscribe to my mailing list for my upcoming book too.
I'm already on there, But yeah, everyone sign up for Narwhals, by the way, while I pull this up.
Nice. Yeah, mine is link in description. I won't even show it. You just gotta imagine it in your head in all its glory.
So this is my comic book, Living Legends. It's a superhero story. It's set 20 years after World War III with superheroes, where this boy who grew up idolizing the heroes that fought in the war suddenly gets superpowers, and it's like his dreams come true. And he tries to stop a heist that's going on at a nuclear reactor, but he finds himself in way over his head with a villain that's way out of his league. And so it's issue 1 of what it's going to be an ongoing series. It's going to turn into like a team book. Like he's going to be part of a team that's like the next generation of heroes. But I really wanted to focus on his origin story for issue 1. This will be colored. The whole book will be colored. It's going to be around like 64 pages. So definitely make sure to check it out. It's going to be the start of I'm launching a company, and it's going to be the first book in this series, and I'm going to build it out to a universe, hopefully. So definitely sign up if you haven't already, and you'll get a free trading card.
Is that Boy Named White Lightning? Weren't we talking about that?
No, everyone. It's been it might as at this fucking point. It might as well be, dude. Like the chat, they call him like White Lightning, White Power.
Powder Boy.
Powder. They've been calling me since I think I first started streaming. Well, actually, the funny thing is the way I first started streaming. Literally, my first stream, the reason I got into it was because fucking Anna and PTP were talking about, oh, you remember that albino kid we were hanging out with at MegaCon? Like, oh, you mean Juan? And then then I ended up getting the link. So this whole goddamn thing has started with them calling me albino. So
And you can have a team. You can have a team called the Clan. You know.
But then with the C, of course, though. The
Liberty Prime.
the
real quick.
Justice Clan.
Malin hosted Kings tonight, and then he did Kangs. I think he just did a little extra stream and did both on his channel.
Oh,
I think.
I slept through that.
Yeah, he had to do the whole thing because Ethan's computer was down.
Yeah,
So
because Kangs is.
Oh,
like,
is that what happened?
Yeah.
Kings is the first one, and Kangs is the second one.
Dude, I lost power midstream yesterday. There was like a really bad thunderstorm in New Jersey, and there was a little bit of one today. But like, there was a point, like a good 5 minutes on my stream last night, where they had to hold it down because my PC just like midstream, just all the power in my house went out. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've lost the power a lot of times this summer. It's crazy.
But yeah, that's my book. I have another one that my friend's working on, but it's okay. We don't have to plug that.
Yeah, because you only came on just to plug, which it's fine. It's fine if you want.
That's not true. You
He enjoys getting close.
Hey, we got a term for you. It's called a freeloader. But
Oh, is that how they call me? What are you guys paying to be here? Is that what I'm getting?
but yeah,
We warmed up the crowd for you, so.
next time I'll send the link sooner. Sorry about
No,
that.
dude, no, I'm kidding. I'm not entitled to anything, man. You don't. Don't worry about it. No, I just thought it was funny. Like, oh, you have it. Like, just so like.
Yeah.
Well, this book looks cool. I have to say this. That drawing is fantastic.
Dude,
That-
I know it's
the figures.
Who's your artist one?
His name's Philip Cruz. I found him through Facebook, and then we've been just working together since then. No, he's fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
He's so good. Yeah, I love his stuff. I spent a lot of time making sure, like going through so many artists, just to make sure I found the one who fit like every bit of criteria. So, and he nailed it, man.
Yeah, it's like it's sort of like Rini's, where it combines a little bit of anime, but
Yeah.
also American style. You know.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for, honestly. It's like,
Yeah, it's a great art style.
yeah, no, I agree.
It's not easy to make a guy just in a t-shirt and jeans look dynamic, and
Yeah,
he did it. So
that was one of the things I was afraid of, is because I want him to kind of be earning his costume, right? Oh, by the way, I could stop sharing whenever. I didn't even think of it. I was that because I do want him to have a costume and a superhero name and all of that, but it was like an issue 1 building up story wise. I wanted a character who has a lot of room to grow, and I was afraid because I know in the comics medium you want that exciting thing right out the gate. And so I wanted to make sure I had an artist who could draw even just normal people and make them look interesting.
Smart.
Yep.
Nice. Cool. Well,
he looks kind of like you.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Artists do draw themselves, like that Conan
I
thing.
know.
drew.
No, I mean, like Steve Ditko basically drew himself with Peter Parker.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I kind of think what's his face does that too. I can't even think of his name. It's too late. Who's the guy who does Batman White Knight? He kind of draws himself.
Sean
Gordon Murphy.
Oh, does I guess he kind of does now that I think about it.
Yeah. Cool. All right, I'm gonna push the button that says end stream, and we'll see.
Okay, bye everybody. Good
Oh,
night.
my